So, your first week at Star Heights Academy has come and gone, giving everyone a little time to adjust to their new schedule and get in the groove of regular lessons. Classes, lunch, homework, repeat. As you step into homeroom today, however, you're met with overflowing excitement. Everyone's chattering amongst themselves about the day to come. Yes, as you were told before, you will finally start taking part in physical practice today. Additionally, now that the school year is in full swing, it seems that rumors are starting to flow. If anyone's ever interested in putting your ear out for rumors, which you can do at any time while at school, just let me know. And that includes right now, if anybody wants to look out for rumors.
How do I do that?
I want to look out for rumors.
Okay, so how you look out for rumors, and it's in the rules and mechanics chat. Go to pinned messages and you'll find the rumors tab. But if you go back here, basically, you can either name if you're looking out for specific gossip, like about people, about relationships, or you don't name anything at all and I just give you whatever's juiciest at the time, but you will roll plus mundane. On a hit, I share the rumors going around, but if you miss, the rumors you hear are about you. That's what's juicy. So,
oh boy.
Yeah. So yeah, if you want to roll plus mundane, just everybody, that wants to do it, let me know, and we can do a real quick roll for gossip.
Sure.
I'm gonna do it.
Okay. Ooh. Okay. That's spicy. That's spicy, alright.
Time for another hit to the ego.
Oh no. Is anybody else doing it, or are we just getting some more out?
Wait, Nicole, do you have minus
do
one?
as well.
Do you have minus one mundane as well? Do I have the best
Yes.
mundane?
You do.
Minus
0.
1.
Oh god. None of you know how to talk to people. You're right. You are all a little weird.
No.
Oh, okay.
Ooh, annihilated. Ooh.
Okay. Joey,
Does this count for failing a roll?
That's a good question, actually. That's a good question. This is technically failing a roll, so yeah, I'm gonna say if you fail this roll, you can mark potential.
Damn it.
Heck yeah!
Thanks.
Okay. Let's see. So, let me see. Okay, let's go down the list here. So, starting with Alex. Word is starting to spread around the school, Alex. First of all, about what went down on the first day. Obviously, you have since talked to Evan, and you guys have buried the hatchet. But everybody else, at least in your class, sort of remembers this and is like, oh shit, like, that was kind of an unfortunate accident, right? But then word starts to spread a little bit more. They see that your powers are about gravity, that it's easy for them to go out of control, especially within the week since our first days in school. You've had a lot of opportunities to sort of use your powers a little bit here and there in practice, and people are kind of starting to get a little scared of you and of what you might be capable of. Everybody's sort of talking about, like, oh god, like, she seems like she could be a fucking monster. So yeah, you get to hear about all of that, and that hits you pretty hard.
Yeah, that's another hit to the psyche.
Mm-hmm. What helps in the very least is that, when you hear about all of this, it does seem like Evan is not participating in these rumors.
Good.
So that's good.
My faithful rival.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Going down to Echo. You're hearing in the rumor mill that people in your class, in the very least, are talking about you quite a fair deal too. The rumors going around about you, it sort of started off with people talking about how you were in the top of the class, which surprised you and a few others, and eventually the rumors started shifting because people, word kind of spread that Gabe talked to you. And that you guys had a little bit of tension in some of your class periods. And so some people are like, oh, is he like stepping up to Gabe? Because he's like, notoriously far and above at the head of the class. And Gabe seems to be keeping a watchful eye on you. And the vibes are just as upsetting as they were in lunch that one day. So you feel like you've kind of got a target on your back. It seems like people are sort of aiming at you and wanting to take you out.
Hooray!
For Lily and Joey, because I'm gonna rope you two both into this one. It's of course not about you, but you're hearing juicy rumors floating about, and you both get to hear about this one. Let's see what juicy rumors are floating around. Let me check really quick at what else going on. So the juicy rumor you guys are hearing about is actually about your classmate Maya. She's basically the one person in the class you guys know the least about, and everybody has been talking about her. Obviously, she stands out with her mane of snakes, her glowing eyes. As much as we've got robots and, half aliens and a creature made of water in the class, she stands out because she looks eerily similar to a very infamous supervillain in this world who goes by the moniker of Medusa. And everyone's wondering, is she Medusa's kid? Is she, what's the deal with her? Is she related at all? And everybody's sort of starting to talk about that. And you can tell that they're definitely judging her based on this. So yeah, little rumor to jot down if you guys want to keep up with all of the spicy gossip.
Two things real quick, Ethan.
Yes.
One, could you restart the music track, because I think it's not playing for me, and I think I had to fuck with the setting.
I got you. Actually, I'll even move it over to the next song now. See if that helps.
There we go.
There we go.
Thank you. Also, we don't see the or at least I don't, the NPC handouts for our classmates.
Oh yeah. We'll worry about that later.
Oh, okay. Because I was gonna jot that down in Maya's thing.
Okay. But all right. Actually, yeah. Since you guys can't see the little handbooks, if you've got a little notepad on the side, if you have a little open area in your character sheet anywhere, you can just jot down those notes for now. We'll get them in later.
Yeah, I put it down in my notes.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. With that, let me move us over. Okay, there we go. All right. So, now that we're in, let me get us checked in here. So, as usual, Nightwalker comes in, takes roll, and then proceeds with his morning lecture. Pop quiz. As a hero, what is your job? Nightwalker looks around the room for hands, and immediately, Nelson's hand shoots into the air. Nilsson. As heroes, our job is to protect civilians and their property from harm, and to put a stop to the criminals that are breaking the law. That is the gist of it, yes. As heroes, your job will be incredibly important in keeping the peace, but there's a lot that goes into that, and it can depend entirely on what kind of hero you are. Today I will be going over professional procedure in combat and heroes' responsibilities while on the field. I'm sure you all recognize that heroes are often fighting, whether against thugs at street level or against galactic conquerors out in space. However, this leads to a common misconception. Our job is not just beating bad guys into submission. Heroes protect those that cannot protect themselves. We are the last line of defense for civilians against ever-increasing threats, and as such, our priorities must reflect that. When on the field, a lot will be happening. Cars could be exploding, lasers might be raining from the sky, and you might be face to face with a giant robot going ballistic and destroying the block. Regardless of if any of these distractions are occurring, in fact, especially if they are, your job remains the same. Your job is to find a way to keep as many people safe as possible, to save as many lives as possible. Nightwalker clicks on his remote, and the blackboard comes to life with images on the screen. Let's talk about this hypothetical for a moment, exactly as I described. Cars exploding, lasers raining down, and a giant robot is rampaging. Someone tell me what you should do first. Nelson raises his hand again, but Nightwalker keeps looking around to get more people involved.
Joey's hand would definitely shoot up into the air.
Joey.
You should look around and see if there are any people in trouble.
He nods to you. Yes. And he looks around the room to see if anyone else is going to raise their hand, just off of the back of that. And do any of the rest of you raise your hand?
Alex raises her hand.
He nods to you. Alex. Okay. So, Nicole, repeat what you said for answering Nightwalker.
To look around and assess the situation and prioritize what needs to be done.
That is what I'm asking you to do, but in this situation, where cars are exploding, lasers are raining down, a giant robot's rampaging, you tell me now, what do you think needs to be dealt with first?
I would say the robot.
He nods to this a little bit and turns back to the class. And he continues on with his point. Ensuring the area is clear is of utmost importance, as you do want to make sure that all civilians are out of the area and away from harm. The primary threat needs to be held long enough for people to evacuate. Then you have the privilege of actually dealing with the problem that's punching you in the face. And he nods to you two after having answered before. He clicks the remote and turns the screen off. Hear a vague background crackling again, but I don't see a green circle around anyone's thing, so I'll just continue. He continues on. You cannot enter battle with the mindset that your top priority is to fight. Your top priority must always be those lives and how best you can keep them safe. Thinking like that is essential. Depending on your toolkit, your abilities and the gadgets you might have on hand, your job will differ. Some of you will be better suited to helping evacuation efforts, while others may be tasked with damage control. You will quickly find what kind of hero you're meant to be. Let's say you're fighting a band of common thugs who are robbing a convenience store. First, you have to take possible hostages into account. Next, of course, a part of our job is to return the stolen goods to whom they belong. You will likely be tasked with dispatching the thugs and getting the money back, but procedure states that there are limits to how you can achieve this under the Justice Bureau. For instance, you cannot unnecessarily brutalize criminals under any circumstance. Apprehend them, restrain them, and let the police take them. It's not our job to hurt them, but to stop them. Taking any unrelated anger out on the criminals is also entirely unwarranted and unprofessional. Some of you may look at this situation and believe yourselves above this, that with your power, you should be stopping supervillains trying to take over the world. But that's not how this works. It will not only be your job, but your moral duty to help in whatever situations you see or are sent to. You learn to use your powers effectively so that you will not destroy a city block in your efforts, and you learn to fight so you may defend yourself and others. Do not be so arrogant as to forget this. Do we have any questions about what I've gone over thus far? He looks around the room.
Echo raises his hand.
He nods to you. Echo.
What if they're trying to, shoot at us and maybe kill us?
If they're shooting at you and trying to kill you, which will be a very common occurrence, it still does not necessitate murderous intent as a backlash. Once again, it is not our job to hurt them, but to stop them from hurting others, and, of course, ourselves if we can help it.
Yeah, nods and writes this down. He seems a little perplexed by this.
Mm-hmm. He nods to you. Moving on, I will now go over popular but effective fighting styles and techniques revolving around self-defense and disarming, including stance, posture, and the laws of movement. Take notes, as we will be practicing these techniques in class from here on until you are all professionals. The class gives a light but shared groan as they start taking out notebooks and pencils, and Nightwalker turns the blackboard back on. For the rest of homeroom, Nightwalker talks more on a handful of defensive fighting styles. From how he talks, you can tell that physically practicing these techniques with him as your tutor will be stressful, to say the least. To add to that, the moment he catches anyone not paying attention or taking notes, he immediately calls them out and reprimands them. Eventually, the lecture ends, and the period starts winding down. As you pack up your things, Nightwalker speaks out one last time. Remember that we have a special lesson in 5th period today. Come to the classroom mentally prepared, and don't bother bringing pencils and paper. At that, the bell rings, and you continue on with your day. You trudge through English and math class before the bell finally rings for lunch. Nicole, you still have a buzzing in your background, so if you could just mute when you're not actively speaking, that would be appreciated.
Sure, I'll do that. Let me mute myself.
Okay. But here we are in the lunchroom. Once again, you enter the dining hall for lunch. After your agreement to sit together as a group last week, you immediately found that there is not enough space for everyone who was sitting at your table. For a few days, all of you sat together while Nelson, Evan, and Danny made a habit of sitting together at the smaller table off to the side. Do you want to change anything about this setup, or at least keep things like this for today?
I like this setup. I'm gonna fill in right here.
Okay. Yeah, then you can all feel free to take a seat. You all notice that that Terry is not with us at the moment. It does seem like he had to go have a meeting with one of these student counselors, as is, accustomed with his program of coming in for rehabilitation. It seems, Echo, that he has more often meetings with them than you do.
Phew! Oh, no, that's not a good...
Look at Alex go. I see you've made your choice. All right. So, starting off with Alex, you walk over to this table with your tray, and you sit down, and all of the people at the table greet you pretty warmly. Nelson says, "Ah, hello there, Alex! It's a pleasure to see you!" Evan giving a cool wave in front of you, and Danny giving you a little bit of a nod. And he says, Nelson continues specifically and says, I see that you're going to be joining us today. And you are muted.
Okay, I'm unmuted.
Mm-hmm.
I was just gonna say that I felt like changing it up a little bit today.
Well, we're happy to have you here.
Thank you.
And as you sit down with that group, everybody else ends up sitting down with the standard table at the top of the lunchroom. Echo and Joey, you two, of course, sit at the top, while Lily, you sit with the girls down towards the bottom end of the table. And I'll actually, if you want to scoot over to the side, Dako, I'll move them over to kind of middle you guys out instead of having you all on the end here. There we go.
Ethan, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
Is our good friend looking at Echo at all?
No, he doesn't seem to be looking at you.
Thank God, okay.
You do notice that Haley is more actively sitting across from him this time, though, as opposed to just being scattered elsewhere at the table. And that
oh, no.
That Lawrence has also moved over to that table. But yeah, as you guys sit down, Aiden looks over at you, Joey, and says, "Hey, Joey!"
Sorry, what did he say in full? Just hey?
Yeah, he just said, "Hey, Joey."
Oh, hey! Hey, Aiden.
So, we're gonna be doing some practice today. It's kind of nerve-wracking. I've got the shudders. And you see his whole body is, like, shaking and vibrating a little bit.
Calm down. You don't want to, spill.
Yeah. I'm really excited to show Nightwalker. I hope I can do a good enough job.
Trust me, you're definitely gonna be on damage control.
I think that you'll do fine, Aiden. Robert pipes up from behind him, continuing to eat his cheeseburger and fries, normal meal. Meanwhile, again, Aiden not eating anything, as he never does.
Neither does Joey.
Mm-hmm. Triffany, she greets you, Lily. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, you're good. But yeah, Triffany looks at you as you sit down, Lily, and greets you very happily. Olivia giving you a sheepish little wave from off to the side as she, kind of is keeping into herself and eating.
I heard Triffany looked at me as I sit, and then nothing for like 8 seconds.
Oh, yeah, we're having some really good connection issues across the board today. Triffany gave you a friendly little wave as you sat down and greeted you, and Olivia is off to the side, giving you a sheepish wave, but, keeping to herself as she does.
Nice.
But yeah, Triffany looks around to you all and just says, "Oh, I, for one, am personally very excited to be showing what I am doing today."
I am too. I'm not too worried at all.
Oh, especially after dodgeball when I got knocked out immediately. I want to show them that I can kick the rear.
That was a huge travesty, yeah.
Tragic.
Oh, I do wonder what we will be doing, though. We are doing a physical challenge, but I am not quite understanding what that could mean.
Well, in class all day, we were just talking about how to, save people, so I wonder if a lot of it is going to have to do with that.
That sounds like it's probably right. Once again, that is...
As long as it's not more physical challenges, that would be nice.
We're talking about how it's a physical
No, I mean, when we had to, throw shot puts and, jump up a wall.
Oh, yeah.
That was lame.
Yeah.
Some challenges with a little bit more purpose might be nice.
Robert nods and just says, it seems like that was more of a physical to get us going at the beginning, though I do wonder if they're going to keep having us do those at the beginning of every semester or something.
Oh, God.
Robert just kind of shrugs and keeps eating. And Olivia, meanwhile, off to the side, just says, "I would be fine if we didn't do any physical stuff. I'm not that good at it."
Yeah, sweating is the worst.
It is. It's especially bad in this, outfit. She just kind of fiddles with a loose buckle on one of her arms and then keeps eating. Once again, having taken down the lower part of her mask, which everyone, across from her is able to see that she's got some burns and scars around the lower half of her face. But she, is keeping her eyes averted as she eats, seemingly not wanting to draw attention to this.
Speaking about outfits, Echo pipes up. He's eating a pita, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
They were going to give us those outfits. Do you think, we'll actually have to wear them? Or...
I think that's a good question, actually. I mean, if we're going to be doing, actual practice, finally, you'd think they'd give them to us today.
I'm not going to wear a helmet. It would mess with my spatial awareness.
Robert kind of chuckles at you and just keeps eating.
Echo looks over at him like, what? He gives him the face of what?
Aiden pipes up and is like, "I really wish that I had I just really wish that I could wear whatever they were gonna give us. I want to feel like part of the team, and it'd be cool to wear pants."
They're so restrictive. Then again, I only wear shorts.
I guess so. I don't really have legs, so I guess I can't wear pants. It's just, I don't know.
Me neither!
Oh yeah!
Echo offers him a fist bump.
He kind of washes his arm over yours, and your arm gets completely drenched. It's basically like you stuck your arm in a pool, and he's like...
Oh, he's backing up right now. She is backing up far in the chair.
I mean, at least you can wear, shorts,
Aiden, I have a question.
Yeah?
If someone bought you, one of those full body, rubber swimsuits, and then, attached, a fishbowl helmet to it, could you not just be inside that and, fill it like water and move around without getting things wet?
Huh. I don't really know. No one's ever tried to do that before.
It's a really good science experiment.
Who made... You were maybe, Who made you? How did they not think of that?
He kind of starts shaking again. He's like, I'm not allowed to talk about that.
Okay, well, forward my complaint to them, that they didn't really do a great job on the whole planning it out thing.
You could still try. We don't even know if it works or not. That's kind of a fun idea.
I'm saying like they should have thought of it first. Is all.
I'm too scared to do that, but I'll keep it in mind.
Okay.
Although I am kind of afraid of the idea of being in a fishbowl. I don't really like being restrained.
Okay.
Containers don't feel very comfortable unless they're the size of a bathtub, but then it gets kind of nice. I actually sleep in a bathtub, just with the plug down.
Echo's trying not to lose it.
Yeah, wait, what? You sleep in a bathtub?
Yeah, I can't really sleep in a bed. It'd ruin it.
Yes.
They had to do some weird renovations to my room.
Just get like an air mattress. Those are rubber. Or you wouldn't soak into it.
Oh no, that's not really the problem. When I go unconscious, I just become a big puddle, and that's really uncomfortable. Robert has just been watching this conversation and is finding it very interesting.
He is very confused. He's like, well, I mean, if you had a choice, though, wouldn't you rather sleep in, like, some sort of created aquarium, like a little fish tank? I mean, just not, like, the bathtub? I don't know.
I think if I did that, I'd get stuff stuck in me, and that'd be kind of uncomfortable.
You couldn't fill the fish tank.
Get stuck?
I like the bathtub, though. I do. It was actually, it was my request for it. It's just kind of the best option I've got so far. I mean, it's that or a giant glass tube, but, you know, I like the openness of the bathtub. When I wake up, I can stretch my arms and say, "Oh, good morning, world," but I can't do that in a glass tube.
You just like go to sleep in a lake? Would you just?
I'm not allowed to go swimming or get in any big bodies of water.
Happens.
I don't really know.
It's not like
but they told me that I absolutely can't ever do that, or it would be really bad.
That means one of two things. You know that, right?
What? No.
That means that either whenever you go in water, you die, or it means that whenever you go in water, you just get more water, and then you grow, and then they wouldn't be able to ever control you.
Actually, that actually lines up, because I remember seeing him eat the snow, or I forget what he did. What did you do with the snow?
I don't know. You mean in
you
science
grow.
class?
Yeah.
I don't really know. I wasn't trying to eat the snow.
He absorbed it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, man. They just told you that because you'd be like, you'd definitely be damage control.
Oh, well, that's kind of scary.
Think you'd be who they called if there was like ever this like big sea monster or anything like that.
Maybe, but they
just
might...
like be the ocean.
Oh, that's a horrifying concept. I don't know if I got that big, if I could ever get smaller again. That's terrifying.
Be the ocean.
Wow.
Triffany just says, "Well, that just sounds wonderful. You sound very powerful, Aiden." Can we please talk about something else?
Well, I'm excited to do everything in the upcoming like physical challenges and stuff.
Yeah.
It's like to show off, I guess. New week.
Oh, I hope I can show off.
We will. We all will.
And as this conversation moves forward, we will pan back over to the other table, where, you know, Nelson is kind of chattering away to the other members of the table. Evan and Danny are just, you know, kind of listening to him, letting him go on. Alex, I imagine, is doing much of the same. But as Nelson is winding down, he says something along the lines of, "And that's why I was at the top of the class in my special practice courses at Ward." Truly, I was a gold star student. And that's why I'm sure that I'll be able to help each and every one of you thrive. Yeah, I'm sure you will, Nelson. You're really good at what you do. I am! And he, kind of takes off his glasses and cleans them and is like, yeah, I'm great. Danny just sort of nudges you, Alex. And you are, oh yeah, there you go.
Alex looks at Nelson. She's like, I'm looking forward to working with you.
And I to you. You're very powerful. You have a lot of potential to save a lot of people.
Thank you, Nelson. I sure hope so.
Danny looks at you and says, hey, by the way, Alex, I've been hearing a lot of people talking about you lately. You hear any of that, or?
A little bit, yeah. Try not to let it get to me.
Well, hey, if anybody tries to give you trouble, you come to me. I'll kick their ass for you, alright? Not that you would probably have any issue with that.
Alex chuckles and smiles at Danny and says, I appreciate that.
Evan just sort of kicked back, eating a handful of fries. And he says, to you, Alex, he says, so, what do you think we're going to be up to today in the physical challenge? You think we're going to be doing, combat sims and fighting against each other, or doing, simulated crimes or something? I mean, I hear they have some pretty crazy tech on campus.
I mean, even just going off what a Nightwalker was talking about today, it sounds like it may be some kind of strategic rescue kind of situation.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Well, because of how many people are in the class, I don't know if we'll be doing individual challenges or if he'll be putting us in teams, but, well, he kind of just smiles at you and takes a drink of his drink, and Nelson looks between you two smiling and says, well, I'm very eager to be working with everyone today if I get the chance, and today I'm not going to forget to use my power. Today I'm going to show myself to the fullest.
Yeah, you do that, Nelson.
He smiles and starts going on again, talking about his power and talking about how he's used it working with Ward. Specifically, he actually mentions to you, Alex, how he worked with a sort of famous hero. They're a more locally known hero known as Battalion, a woman who is in a sort of set of almost battle armor, combat armor, not Iron Man style, but kind of a slightly rigged up Captain America style. But Battalion is known for very good physical combat prowess and explosive punches and kicks. And apparently, as he talks to you about, he served as her sidekick for a very long time while he was training, and talks about how she would go on about how he was the best sidekick she ever had, and how he was so good at what he did and she couldn't have done it without him. And he's just going on and on about how good he's done, and just seems really proud of himself. With the other two at the table just nodding along and listening with blank but sort of supportive expressions, yeah, you did do that, Nelson. But yeah, let's move back over to the other table as Olivia Olivia gets up, and with her food basically just a third of what she grabbed eaten, she quickly fumbles and puts her mask back on, and she goes to throw the rest of her food away.
Lily absolutely stacks her tray onto Olivia's before she gets up.
When you do this, she seemed a little bit startled and just went, oh, okay. And she took it, very quickly after that, seemingly, not excited, but, eager to get it thrown away for you when you gave it to her.
It's all falling in place.
Jeez.
And she rushes back, and Triffany said, oh, if I knew you were doing a trip, I would have given you mine as well, but it is okay. And she flaps her wings and flies in the air around the table and goes to throw her lunch away. And at that, you hear a little whistle off to the side as the teacher at the far left door over here, blows a little whistle and goes to walk over to Triffany at the trash can, and is seemingly scolding her for flying through the cafeteria. Triffany looks a little upset and surprised by this, but is just nodding along quickly, very apologetic.
What a square.
The teacher?
Yeah.
I
Why?
think
I mean, it's not like it's her power. It's her it's her physicality. It's not like she's
Yeah, I
activating
think
some
it's
magic
kinda-
to fly. It's just like how she is.
kind of dumb that she got in trouble. It's like if I got in trouble for my rocket thrusters being out whenever I can't really put them away.
Yeah, it's kind of lame, but I don't know. I mean, I guess if everybody was flying around in here, it'd be traffic nonstop. Maybe they're just trying to keep that under control.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone! She sits back down, having walked over here.
Echo looks over to Lily, and he's like, by the way, I have a question for you.
What?
You said your power was telekinesis?
Yep.
How did you know you had it?
I mean, just kind of like happened.
I assume she knew she had it when she could move stuff with her mind. Robert eats
Yeah.
more fries.
For sure, for sure.
Echo shoots Robert a look.
He smiles at you and croaks a little bit.
Echo just shakes so. Yeah, it looks like it's Lily. I just was curious.
Joey, I had a question.
Yeah.
So you wanted, like, another part of the deal from P, you wanted me to, like, spread the word of your club or whatever, right? That was something you talked about, or, like, in vague words, something like that?
Yeah, I was
Do you
wondering
have, like,
if you would...
flyers? Like,
well,
or
I
am I
started...
just supposed to ramble?
Well, I started sketching some up, actually. I was starting to sketch some. I haven't decided on which ones.
Okay, well, when you get them.
Joey's journal is, like, out in front of her, which it normally is, by the way. I want to say that Joey does have, like, a very consistent journal that she has in front of her, and she opens it to a page to kind of show you two, like, a front and a back, basically.
Mhm.
That kind of just has, like, some flyers set up, but she's like, I still have to really figure out, like, which teacher I want to host for us, though.
Have you thought of any specific teachers?
Well, yeah, I was thinking about maybe Great Oak. He'd be good for it.
Great Oak is very
Uh,
nice.
I hate that guy.
Sorry, I'm trying to remember the other one. The other one is Chrysalis. Chrysalis also might help us.
Why those two, if you don't mind me asking?
I guess just because they're calm. They have kind of a peaceful presence, and I wanted this group to be somewhere where we could all kind of hang out in a more of a calm space instead of like an action-packed or school-related thing.
That makes sense. And you know, Echo, you hear about this, you know, I think from what you told me, you don't remember getting a direct invitation to this, but you are also hearing them now thinking about asking Chrysalis to sort of sponsor the club. What are your thoughts on this?
I accidentally unplugged my headset or my mic, but I was going to say Echo kind of raises his hand to Joey. He's like, I recommend Chrysalis actually.
Do what? Sorry.
I recommend Chrysalis if you're looking for a teacher. She's quite nice.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, sorry, stubbed my toe on the. I'm okay. But
Olivia looks
gosh.
down and sees how you kicked up the middle pole under the table. It's like, oh,
Careful, Echo.
Lily laughs.
that sucks.
I'm okay. But
It's even
I
better if it's
recommend-
not the metal pole, it's just Joey's leg.
Oh no!
Titanium leg. It's like, what happened? What did you do?
No, it's fine. I'm okay.
Wait,
but-
wait, hold on. You can't stub your toe?
Echo pauses and he realized that.
Phantom-
Looks at his knee.
Phantom pains.
Phantom pains.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. Joey like looks down to see you're also having it's robotic legs, and she's like,
It's
"What's
like
going on?"
Like a tuning stick. When I hit it, it like goes to my knee and like. Anyways,
Gosh.
I do recommend Chrysalis. She's good. She's nice.
Well, then I'll ask her first. And then
I'm
once
sure
we
she'd love
know
that.
that it's official, we'll start handing out the flyers.
Do you want me in that club? Like I'm not inviting myself, but like if you was like like
Anyone honestly that feels like I'm trying to remember also from last session, because we were saying from a different world, like aliens from a different planet, people who are new to this planet, and then people who are also like...
Yeah, your idea was like a club where people that aren't used to human society, human standards, could really come to like learn this place and get accustomed to it.
Yeah. I was positive that's what we were doing before, but I was like, yeah, okay, good. I'm just refreshing myself. But yeah, of course, we actually like need a lot of people to kind of come for, especially like the first couple of meetings, and it's really important that we can kind of share our experiences, like whether you're not from like here, like Earth, or you're just not used to the way things are here. We can all kind of share what we've learned about like people and the human experience.
I'm
Sure, I'll... Go ahead, Aiden.
I'm really excited about it. I think it'll be cool to learn this stuff, and it's really cool that Joey had this idea. I know I wouldn't have thought of it.
I mean, you helped me think of it, though. It was kind of because of what happened with us, you know?
Oh. And Aiden, like, puts his big watery hands to his face, and he's like, oh, I helped with it. Oh, that's nice.
Echo would have, by the way, I saw Haley walk by to probably throw her stuff out. Echo would have waved at her as she passed.
She nods to you as she's walking by the table.
But I could be like, yeah, no, I'll come to like the first meeting and see if it clicks for me, you know?
Awesome. Scanning.
As Gabe comes by, Echo, and then, like he puts his hand up to the side of his face and like looks the other direction.
Yeah, Gabe walks by and the table basically just gets quiet. And Robert like looks between you guys and is like, God, come on, guys, really?
Lily rolls her eyes when she sees Gabe.
He started it.
Yeah, fuck that guy.
You're just upset he lost the dodgeball.
I'm upset that he lost his dodgeball, yeah.
Well, at least we tried our best. I'm
I
still
mean, yeah,
sorry
you tried your best. I tried my best. He didn't.
Yeah. Triffany just shakes her head, still disappointed that she got out, because she really
Triffany
wanted to play.
Try.
She really wanted to play. The cards were not in her favor with Danny being across from her. Could have been any of us.
Could have been any of us.
Or Lily puts a hand on Triffany's shoulder. It should have been him.
Oh, I mean, I hope he wanted to play at least, but it does not seem like he really appreciated the game. Oh, how I long to play dodgeball.
I'm sure we'll play again.
Oh, I do hope so. I also heard there is a game about the ball kicking. I really want to try that as well. I'm sure I could be a great catcher.
Is she talking about kickball or soccer?
I think she's talking about kickball.
I do not know.
I don't know what either of those are.
I do not know what I am talking about.
Is a net involved, Triff?
Maybe.
Is it a red ball or a black and white ball?
I think that there might be a stick involved.
Nope.
What?
We were way off.
For sure not. Were you talking about baseball?
I
You said
not,
kicking, so no, you're not talking about baseball.
I do not know.
There's no stick involved. You're just wrong.
This is the. This
She
is the
said
game.
she was excited to catch.
Yeah, this is the game where you tackle each other.
Nope. You're Triffany. We have a lot of sports. I think you have just seen a lot of sports and assume it's the same sport every time.
You guys have more than one?
Yep.
Oh my! Oh, this is very embarrassing. I am sorry.
No, it's fine, Triff.
She laughs.
Only like
bit.
3 of them are fun.
But yeah, is there any other specific stuff anybody wants to talk about? Any people that anyone specifically wants to talk to? Alex, you included at the other table.
I am personally vibing as Joey. I feel like she'd start like actually showing you the 2 designs, Lily. Whichever one you like point to, like, oh yeah, that one's good. That's the one she'd start like to color.
Lily would pick arbitrarily. She has no artistic bone in her body.
But yeah,
Joey just seeks approval.
yeah.
At some point towards the end, if no one else has anything,
Mhm.
Lily would talk to Triff and Olivia, and like, the table as a whole, but she is specifically talking to them.
Mhm.
Girls. Look,
Yes.
last week, first week, kind of sucked, I'll be honest. I'm still pretty low on the leaderboard. That's upsetting. But this week, we're going to turn it around. And today especially, whatever the freaking game thing or the physical challenge we're doing is, if there's teams involved, we need a win. I specifically need a win.
Oh, well, if I do get on the same team as you, I will rise you up to the very tippity top.
Yeah, of course.
And
For sure, that's what we'll do.
And Olivia says,
I'll also try to help, but, if I can't, I'll just try not to slow you down.
Oh, I mean, you never slow me down, Olivia. Again, for real, Olivia, you weren't the worst part of our dodgeball team. I really need to emphasize that.
Oh, thanks.
she seems like she's about to cry.
Oh.
Well, with that, of course, lunch continues on. You guys continue a little bit of small talk here and there. And, the bell rings and lunch ends. So, you'll end up moving out of the lunchroom, the dining hall, I guess, moving down the hall and continuing to your next class. And your day continues as usual until your last period. At this point, you make your way through the halls, open the door to your homeroom, and you see the others all standing around checking out these strange boxes on their desks. Yours has one too. You walk over to inspect it, a moderately sized, reinforced black metal crate. After checking over the crate for a moment, you find a lever on the side that lets you open it. Of course, everyone's standing and looking around in homeroom, and, one person pulls on the lever and checks inside, and then other people are like, oh shit, you might find it on your own. But as you pull on the lever, the mechanical crate unfolds on its own, and inside are, seemingly, your work clothes. For most of you, you see the school's standard tracksuit, which is a deep maroon with bright gold trim, as well as a stylized star on the back. The tracksuit looks to have come with a note describing its bulletproof padding and the durable material it's made of. It's surprisingly lightweight. With it, what looks to be a collapsible boxing helmet made of a dense material. Alex, inside of your crate is the suit you had commissioned. It looks even better than you imagined, and it came with a note. This suit was, the note says, in quote, this suit was designed to survive under immense gravitational pressure and automatically helps to balance you while in 0 Gs to aid with your abilities. That said, please be careful with this suit. It is not indestructible. Hypothetically, high enough gravitational pressure will still tear it apart. It then goes on to list the tested limits of the suit, including professionally endorsed numbers and hypothetical limits based on experimentation. As everyone's looking over what they got, and some people are noting that they got nothing on their desks, like Aiden and Joey, Nightwalker steps into the room. I see you have all found your uniforms. And he just kind of is looking around. People are giving, various responses.
Nightwalker, dude, I thought we talked about the helmets.
We did, and I was very clear with my answer.
But you were cagey. I asked if it was a helmet, and you kept saying, there will be protection, which made me think maybe it's not a helmet. But this is just a helmet.
Ah, well, yes, there is a helmet. I assume there won't be any problems.
This fucking sucks.
Echo's gonna, as Nightwalker's talking to Lily, Echo's gonna go to open a small portal and drop his helmet in it.
You drop it and the portal close. What dimension do you drop it into, Will?
Is didn't we say he had a little pocket dimension?
You have your home that you can link to from anywhere.
Yeah, sure, he's gonna throw it in there.
Okay, you throw it into your house. And, after talking to Lily about the helmets and your portal closes, and you're like, yeah, Nightwalker says, reminder to all students, you must wear all parts of your tracksuit during practice. If you choose not to wear it, then your grade for the day will be null. Now get to the changing rooms and be quick about it.
I get headaches super easily with tight headwear.
That's unfortunate.
Dude, this girl sucks.
I go to grab his helmet back. You know, that lean in.
So, following orders, everyone rushes to the changing room and dons on their new uniforms. Once you're all prepared, Nightwalker escorts you out of the school. Initially, you think you might be heading to the track, but when you pass it by and continue on, you see a large dome-shaped building in the distance. Oh, I hear background shouting.
That's my parents' partner.
Could you mute yourself just real quick?
Yeah.
Thank you. But yes, initially you think you might be heading to the track, but when you pass it by and continue on, you see a large dome-shaped building in the distance. You may have seen it before in the background, but you were never quite sure what it was. You walk up to its front doors and step inside, surrounded by your costumed classmates. And through the front doors, you see this. We've got a little vibe change. Here we go. As the doors open and you look inside, a sprawling cityscape stretches ahead of you, with a vast, clear blue sky overhead. But that should be impossible. Nightwalker speaks up. Welcome to the Dome, Star Heights Academy's state-of-the-art training grounds. Within this dome, we utilize bleeding-edge AR simulation technology to create a variety of environments and situations so that you may be ready for anything. Today we tread simply on the streets of Terminal City. Don't worry about reaching the edge of the dome, as the simulation adjusts itself and your perception to give as much space as we need. Essentially, it's bigger on the inside when it needs to be, to a point. Everyone looks around in awe, as no one in your class has ever seen anything this crazy before. Step forward. Your training begins now. Everyone steps forward and enters the dome. Whether they're wearing a tracksuit or a custom-made costume, everyone enters as a hero. As such, it's time for some reintroductions. First on our list, of course, as we've met before, is Danny Lee. Hero name, Thunderstroke. Next on our list is Aiden. Hero name, H2O. Next, somebody who didn't get a costume, or even a crate at all, and yet he's walking in here wearing some bright and passionate colors. Evan Quarters. Hero name, Wild Style.
Cut.
Next, somebody very popular, or maybe infamous among the class, Gabriel Knox. Hero name, Reverb. Next up, someone else very infamous in the class, Lawrence Graham. Hero name, Necromantic. Next up, Maya Nason. Hero name, Gorgon. Someone else you all know very well, Nelson Boyle. Hero name, Colony Man. Small detail on this suit that I'm very happy with, by the way. You'll see it if you look hard.
It's the ward belt, isn't it?
It is. Next up, Olivia Irwin. Hero name, Grimrot. Next, someone we all know and love, God bless her soul, is... Oh. Let me do this. Priscilla Daughtry. Hero name, Mirage. Though this is something we all knew about already. In fact, her hero costume was already commissioned and officially licensed before she even came here. Next up, wearing a tracksuit, Robert Frosby, hero name, Dartling. Of course, he normally wears shorts around the school, but today he gets to share the tracksuit with everyone else. And another very popular pick, Triffany Argax, hero name, Hipmoth. And of course, after all of these classmates, that's not all. Of course, this class is more than just that. Next up, Alex Cruz, hero name, Gravitas. Then, Terry Damontane, hero name, Night Terror. And rounding out the back, we've got someone who's very skilled in their own right, and coming up, Joey, with her classic robotic design. Someone who's decided to slightly modify their tracksuit. You did get your helmet back, but you make sure that you can wear your goggles underneath, and you've got your poncho laid over top of it. Echo! Along with your gauntlet, of course. And
Thank you.
to end us all off, wearing the tracksuit and the helmet she hates so much, Lillian Fox. After stepping inside, Nightwalker turns to you to explain today's activity. Today is simple. I will be dividing you into teams and sending you to different parts of the city for combat training. Waypoints will appear on the maps in your student handbooks. That is your destination. Once you arrive, you will see a crime taking place. Stop the crime, then move to your next location. Some of you may feel as though you don't have any room to step in, or that your powers can't be used here. That's no excuse. Find a way to help and get the job done. If you do nothing, your grade will be nothing. Don't needlessly get in your teammates' way, but aid the cause. Understood? And for some audience participation, when he says understood, just answer back with a yes, Mr. Nightwalker, or a yes, sir. So he asks, understood?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Good. The teams are as follows. He swipes his hand through the air, and a notification pops up on your handbook. You all get to see the entirety of each team. First, team number 1 for today. Team number 1 is Hipmoth, Wild Style, Colony Man, and Thunderstroke. Team number 2, Reverb, Grimrot, H2O, and Gorgon. Team number 3, Gravitas, Joey, Echo, and Lily. And finally, team number 4, Mirage, Night Terror, Dartling, and Necromantic. So you 4 find yourselves on team number 3. After reading through the teams, another notification pops up. A map of the simulated city and a waypoint marker for where your team needs to go. Good luck, everyone. Remember your priorities, and soar higher. With that, Nightwalker disappears in a flicker of light as if he was a hologram. You have no idea when the real Nightwalker was replaced, making this even more jarring. After a moment of confusion, everyone quickly heads off toward their waypoints. What are your all's reactions immediately as you move off into your team?
I think with each passing team, because first team was Triff getting separated from us, and then second team was Olivia, and then was my team. I think with each one, Lily just looked sadder and was standing as I'm like, we'll make it through this.
Echo,
This is gonna suck.
Echo offers her a fist bump with a smile.
Nope.
He just
Right away,
kind of lowers it.
Chloe is scanning to see if there are any roads, like normal roads in this city.
Yes. So, for anyone who's been to the city, this looks pretty much just like any streets you would
Okay.
see in the city, if not exactly like the city itself.
Joey goes,
We should try to travel in style. Come on, let's get down to the road.
Yeah, you guys start moving down from the top of the building you came up on, quickly and efficiently, as you only have to move down a little fire escape to get there. But what happens when you get on the road, Joey?
Joey's gonna transform into a car.
Oh my god!
Yeah, I'm gonna transform in. I think it's gonna be like a Jeep. It's gonna be like an off-road type vehicle.
Okay, yeah.
Amazing.
Yes,
And a
oh,
hologram
fuck
of
yeah.
herself in the passenger seat, and she's wearing like a baseball cap.
In the passenger seat,
Yes,
not in the
sir.
driver's seat.
Oh, no,
Yeah,
in the
no,
sorry, in the driver's seat.
Shotgun,
Okay.
shotgun.
I was
Lily's
about to
running
say,
towards
oh,
shotgun.
Alright.
Alex looks disappointed that she wasn't able to get shotgun.
Destroyed.
Echo laughs and goes to sit in the back.
Alright, yeah, you guys watch as Joey had before, on the first day of school, transformed into a motorcycle, and is now transformed into a fun all-terrain vehicle, or at least, a Jeep for you, with Joey driving herself, Lily in shotgun, and you two in the back. And I assume this is how you're moving towards your destination. That was a question I
Yeah.
put here. But yeah.
Whoever's in shotgun has to give me directions.
Yo, Joey, do you have Bluetooth?
Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Oh, what's Bluetooth?
No, this guy.
You gonna play some music as you guys go along?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I play.
for sure.
I play. Lily plays her Spotify playlist, which is just like very sweet, cheery pop, like that you would hear on any top 100 radio.
Like sugary,
basically.
sweet music.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lily singing it.
Yeah, probably.
Joey's also singing it.
Yeah.
Just sing along.
Everyone's
We're all singing in the car.
Lily was like looking sadly to Olivia and Triff, like, "Oh, well, they get through this. It sucks we aren't on the same team." Immediately turns around, shotgun, and is like singing in a car as they blitz down the road.
Yeah, you guys are cutting through the city towards your goal now. And of course, Lily being in the passenger seat, or if Lily decides not to, someone in the back. Yeah, who's looking at the map for guidance? Are you doing it, Lily, or are you pawning that off?
No,
on
I
someone
tossed the map back.
else? The map, by the way, is on all of your student handbooks.
Oh, okay.
On a little digital panel. But yeah, Echo, you want to navigate for the team?
Sure, I have a question though.
Yeah.
Is there people on the streets and are there cars on the road?
No, yeah. So first of all, you pull up your tablet, your handbook, and you're looking at the city map, and you're giving directions towards the waypoint. But yeah, as you guys are driving around, you don't really see anybody. The city seems to be empty, probably for the case of like, all right, there's combat sims going. They're probably keeping it open in areas where there's not like centralized training going on, probably due to the massive size of the simulation. But as you're looking at the map and you guys are cutting down the road, you actually notice, Echo, that you can see where other teams are, and seemingly you can pull up footage to check in on how they're currently doing. This may be worth doing between tasks, just if you guys want to.
He's
Does
just
Echo
gonna pull
vocalize
up.
that? Does Echo vocalize that we can do that?
Yes, he'd say like, "Hey, we can check on other teams." He's gonna pull up the one of Nelson's team just to check.
You see as Nelson, Evan, Danny, and Triffany are going through the streets, you see them blitzing across rooftops. Like, Nelson is running and doing powerful leaps from rooftop to rooftop, and when one is especially wide, he makes a clone and throws himself. Evan is swinging through the streets with his long tendrils of hair. Danny, of course, is blitzing around almost like a living lightning bolt. And Triffany is, of course, soaring through the air with ease. It seems that traveling is all of their forte.
And we are in a Jeep.
Yeah, you guys are in a Jeep.
Lily's posting like a bunch to her Snapchat story of just pictures of her in the Jeep, wind in her hair.
Oh my god! Echo rolls his eyes and just keeps giving directions. Take a left here, left here, left here.
My lovely and it's like a hard left. No, I never
Alright.
really learned how to drive. Just kind of part of me.
Thankfully, all lights are green lights. But yeah, you guys cut down the road, and eventually, with Echo's guidance, you make your way here, to the bottom of this map. Let me move you guys to the middle of the road here, how you guys should be set up. You're in the car, you're in the passenger seat, say you're here and you're here. So, you guys are driving down the road, and cutting towards your destination. Turn on the music just a little bit.
Would start slowing up as we're getting closer.
Yeah. And you guys look ahead to the area in front of you. And in this area, this is what you see. You quickly notice that cars are scattered about, and a group of individuals is exiting a small store. They appear to be robots, but they're acting like robbers, one even holding a large bag with a $sign on it. We grabbed the cash, let's get out of here! It seems that you're up against the school's training droids in today's exercise. Some of them have got foam bats, while others have what look like pistols. As you slow down and get close to this area, your handbooks all light up with special text. Level 1. What do you guys do?
I'm gonna pull forward just a little bit, like at least to here-ish, basically. So
Okay.
we're behind this car here.
Kind of like unmorphing as you pull forward to try to like roll into a stealthy position, maybe?
Yeah, like I'm basically I open all the doors so that everyone's able to get out, so we can take a stealth position, like over here, basically.
Okay. Yeah, let me reload the music real quick.
As the doors open, she'd be like,
All right, everybody roll out. Car's too loud.
Okay.
What? Turns down the music from like max volume.
Yeah, you guys are like slowing down. Joey kind of like shuts off the radio, and you roll forward. She de-transforms, and yeah, you guys can move yourself up to that car now.
Right.
And you should all be able to move yourselves. Nicole, you can move yourself, or I might need to check your token permissions. Give me a sec. Let me see here. Yeah, let me give you control of your own token here, Nicole. There you go. Alright, you're all good. But yeah, you all pull up and roll behind this car, and you can see the robots are busting out of this store. I have icons on them, so you can see which ones have guns and which ones have what look to be foam bats. And you guys pull up. Joey brings you forward. Yeah, at this point, whichever one of you wants to take point can feel free to do so.
I have a question.
Yes.
Does it look like is like the red car looking to be like their getaway car?
Yeah, it looks like that's kind of what they're going towards.
Okay. Anyone have an idea? Because I have an idea, but I don't. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna do it because actually I need to rise up in the leaderboards. I'm just gonna do it.
Uh-oh.
I'm gonna instruct one of like some of my ghosts to like just phase through the door or whatever and get into the driver's seat and just take the car.
Okay. Let's
Just, like maybe hit someone on their way out, but just take the car so they can't use it.
Okay, yeah. Roll.
Hit somebody on the way out?
Yeah, roll. Okay, wait. Actually, did you say you're gonna hit somebody on the way out?
Like maybe.
Okay. Yeah. Roll
Aw.
freak for me. Roll freak for me.
Freak, not superior, because I'm instructing my ghost.
Let me think for a second. I'm gonna say freak because you're altering the environment.
Okay.
Echo's watching. He's like, okay, so, and then
Okay.
whatever happens.
Let's see. With unleashing your powers, 7 to 9. Okay. You can either mark a condition, or I'll tell you how the effect is unstable or temporary. I'll let you know that if you're explicitly not trying to hit somebody with a car, that will probably be the unstable thing if somebody gets hit by the car.
And Nightwalker would probably be mad if I did that.
I mean, you're mad he made you wear a helmet.
That's true. I'll mark angry. I'm mad that I have to wear a helmet, and I'm also overall to represent how mad I am at my position on the leaderboard. So I want to do something about that.
Okay. I will say.
So I'll mark angry.
Okay. Yeah. You're. Well. Okay. I'm gonna say that marking angry makes sense from a roleplay perspective, but in this instance of doing this move, is there anything specific that's like pissing you off about this situation?
I suppose not. I mean, she just had a nice drive, so there isn't anything really. I mean, I guess it could just be unstable then.
Okay. Do you still want to mark angry because your character is pissed off about the things you mentioned?
Well, not if I don't have to.
Okay.
And then also to clear it, I would hurt someone anyway, so I'm hurting someone.
Okay, actually, yeah, you're right. Alright, well, let's do that then. So yeah, you've been kind of pissed about, like, having to wear a helmet, you're pissed about being low on the leaderboard, your ghost jumps into the car, like, poltergeist style, and is, like, revving out, and you see as the car, like, whips around, and kind of, like, drifts in place, and the back of the car smacks into this dude, and just sends him flying over into this trash can, crumpling to the ground unconscious, as the car makes a getaway driving down the street. And, you know, you feel like you're kind of, you know, taking it back a little bit. You know, you're kind of getting your anger out with that one. Like, yeah, all right, let's fucking get it.
Lily does a, like, smug wave to the car as it passes, like, enjoy the drive.
Echo looks confused. He's like, what? Was that you?
Yeah, that was me.
You just move that with your mind?
Yeah.
And as you guys are, like, reacting to Lily, dude flies into the trash can. The other robots say, "It's the fuzz!" Which, this guy that slams into the trash can is just kind of out. He was just smacked by the back of this car hard enough to be knocked unconscious. But the rest of these guys aren't taking very kindly to it, with our two gunmen over here opening fire on the car. You guys are, of course, in cover, so they're just kind of shooting at the car and not hitting you, but now they know where you are, and they're trying to hit you. So, anybody have any ideas on what to do next?
Joey looks. Oh, go ahead.
No. Echo's kind of. He looks at his gauntlet and he smiles and then peeks over the corner and he looks at you, Joey.
Can get eyes off of us for a second if you guys want to make a move.
Oh, they don't know. They know we're behind this car, but I can get us not behind this car. Echo smiles.
Maybe we can be behind them.
That's what I was thinking. And he smiles and he opens a portal to the sand.
Okay.
From like on the car here.
Give me a sec. Okay, yeah. All right, where you open your portal at?
Like on the car. It's not that the bots can see, but he's opening a portal there.
Yeah, like, you know,
just so they think.
Right here. And yeah.
Yeah.
You guys see as Echo opens a fun portal alongside the car, and you look through and see, you know, basically what looks like a desert or a wasteland in there. And Echo, you taking point and kind of running through and leading the way?
Yeah, he gives a smile and a wink, and he kind of just jumps through and instructs them to do so.
Okay.
I will follow.
All right. So you guys follow his lead. Let me actually do a fun visual for this.
As Lily steps in, she's just muttering, like, I made it pretty clear I don't like sweating, but that's fine.
Oh gosh.
And you guys enter this area. So you guys jump through the portal and follow behind Echo, and you remember seeing through his little portal before the kind of place he lives in, but now you're running through this wasteland that doesn't feel hot or cold. It's kind of devoid of temperature almost. But you're running through the sand along the way, and Echo is guiding you to where he wants to pour you guys out at. So Echo, I want you to roll, let's see. I think you have a move for analysis, right, that you've got?
Yes, I do. My enhanced, my sharpened eyes is what it was.
I want you to roll that for me.
Okay, let me remind me what that is. 1 sec. Okay, cool.
Okay. Let's see. What was the stat on that again?
Like what was added to it?
Yeah.
+2.
No, I mean what was the specific stat? Like, was it superior?
It was superior.
Okay. Let's see here. Then, if you have any questions about the situation that you're in battle, you can also ask one from the Assess the Situation list.
Okay. Not really. He's just trying to put him behind the baddies.
Okay. Then you don't look for any additional information, and you're just charging through. Let me put you where you're meant to be. You're going to appear do this. You guys pop out of the portal, and you are here. Move you up. Bam. So you guys pop out of your portal, right behind these guys. Not too stressful of a maneuver for you. But as you pop out of the portal, you see that they're like, you see they're still firing, but some of them have kind of noticed, namely the two at the back are like startled as you guys like jumping out behind them, but they're not keen and ready to start firing at you yet as you're surprising them. Let's see, does anybody out of the hole want to take first swing? Other than Echo.
I would say probably Joey's definitely gonna try to take a swing.
Okay. So what do you want to do?
She's going to try to hit the gun out of the robot's hand in an attempt to just restrain them.
Okay. Then roll to directly engage a threat. Ooh, alright.
6.
Let's see. Yeah, you run forward and try to disarm this guy, but clearly, you know, you're not exactly trained on disarming maneuvers quite yet, and he's able to move his arm out of the way and sort of hit you with the butt of his gun on your metal head. Thankfully, you're made of metal, but I will need you to roll to take a powerful blow.
Aim.
That is good, because you're rolling for them.
Oh yeah, you're right.
So yeah,
the one time you want to miss.
He hits you with the butt of his gun. Thankfully, you're made of metal. It wasn't too hard of a hit. You're just fine. But you stumble back and are like, oh, okay, this is, like, serious.
Yeah.
But after trying to swing at you and not really doing too much to hurt you, this dude is going to react. How is he going to react to this? Let's see. He is going to try to get away from you, and he's going to try to start firing pellets at you. So what do you want to do in response? As you're able to see him sort of like lining up the shot on you. Any in particular move you want to do to try to avoid this, stop it from happening, or are you just going to like take it and see what you can do?
I'm like in between two things in my head right now, I guess, so I'm trying to decide.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I am going to just kind of... Hold on one sec. They're kind of all lined up there. Yep. I'm going to mark the feeling that in this direct moment, because we all kind of teleported behind to get this, like, get a shot on them, basically, but now we have all their attentions again, and guns are kind of on us again.
Mm-hmm.
I'm imagining that Joey's feeling kind of afraid in this moment, and I want to mark a condition to use a mind of their own.
Okay, go for it. So you're feeling kind of afraid, and your body is trying to adapt to the situation. So what is it that you want to do?
Yep. Basically, Joey kind of puts out her hands, and they start growing and stretching out. And as they grow and stretch out, they create like kind of two large shield walls, essentially.
Okay.
On her hands, and she is like basically also like growing the small like roller blades on her feet, and she is just holding them up to like block her and like Echo and like people behind. Like it would probably like she's trying to get towards all of them, but it would probably just get Echo and Lily or something. Yeah. She's like holding up a wall, basically. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, you're...
Deal with them one at a time. I can hold them back.
Okay. So yeah, you put up this wall in time, and the bullets start hitting your wall, and of course, you know, you're made of durable enough material, and especially this wall that you just created is that it's peppering away, but it's not dealing much damage. Off of this, Gravitas, what do you want to do in this situation? You're primed and ready for an attack. Nicole? she's typing.
Oh, weird.
Is your headset still plugged in? Okay, let me pause recording and I'll come check. Okay, we're back in it.
Okay.
So, yeah, Gravitas. You've got an opening here.
Yes. What Alex wanted to do is to do something involving the money bag, because I know part of our objective that Nightwalker was talking about earlier is to return any stolen property or anything like that. Maybe to make the bag super heavy so the guy can't pick it up anymore, or just make it attracted to me so I can just take it back from him.
Okay. Yeah, so you see that this dude that's right in front of you guys is actually the one holding the money bag. And he's kind of like got a gun, like one-handing a gun, trying to one-hand the money bag. Like clearly this wasn't the best setup. But yeah, with gravity powers, what can you do? I mean, you could make gravity really hard on his situation. You could make gravity all come towards you. Remember, your gravity is area-based. So what do you want to do with that area? Because it would probably affect all of him rather than just the money bag.
I'll increase the gravity around him so he can't move and he's stuck there with the money bag.
Okay, then unleash your powers for me.
Okay.
I'll be rolling plus freak.
Is there any chance I can do that to directly engage a threat?
If you wanna run up to him and do this while trying to take the money bag, I'll say you can.
That defeats the whole point. I mean, no, I guess I'll do that. I'll try to stick him in place and grab it from him.
Mm-hmm.
Because I have a condition marked, I have my move that we did.
Mm-hmm.
That whenever a condition is marked, it's +2 for danger and -2 for freak.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
So I'm going to try to do that as much as I can.
Okay. Then roll to directly engage a threat. Okay, that's a hit. So, you can either resist or avoid their blows, take something from them, create an opportunity, or impress, surprise, or frighten the opposition. So I assume you want
Take something.
Yeah. So, you charge towards this guy, and, gravity becomes much more intense around him as, like, the ground under him, like, cracks a bit. He falls to a knee. And you swipe the money bag from him, maybe giving him a little crack across the face as you're, like, just trying to disorient him. But you grab the money bag from him, and he, like, punches you in the side of the leg, but you're able to step back without too much issue, getting the money bag from him, and now you are, like, keeping this one guy in place. He can't fire at you because he's under so much pressure. So, good job. You have thwarted this guy. He's not unconscious, but he is stuck here for the time being. Echo or Lily, do either of you guys have any moves you want to do? Because this guy cannot react.
Okay. You dig, I'll let you take, because I did the whole thing. I'll let you do.
Okay.
The trash can that this guy landed on, would it have like a metal lid?
Yeah, it does.
Okay. Well, he's just gonna step over, like pick up the like dented metal lid that this guy fucking crashed into.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna have like my funny ghosts swell into me to give me a burst of strength, and I'm just gonna throw it at this guy.
Okay. Yeah, he can't dodge, so you do that. Echo, you're like, what are you doing? Whoa! Stumble out of the way, and she just frisbee tosses a trash
with
can
way
lid.
more force than is expected from her.
Yeah, and you frisbee toss this trash can lid into this guy's head, cracks him in the side, and he falls over, slams into the ground under the gravity, and is knocked unconscious.
I tried to hit him in the chest for the record. I wouldn't try to beam the man in the forehead.
Yeah.
Like, still keeping in mind if she did this on a normal human, that would kill them.
Yes.
But
Okay,
like a
yeah,
chest
yeah.
hit probably wouldn't.
Yeah, you slam him in the chest, the gravity knocks him to the ground hard. Not like breaking his legs or anything, but you help knock him over and knock him out as the trash can lid clatters off to the side. So you help finish him off. Good job. Joey, your shield is still up against these guys as they are all going to react to their friend getting knocked out with these two running around the sides. He's kind of going to, moving over towards his friend. Gun guy is going to back up a bit.
Well, my shield is like they are 2 shields and they're like connected to my hands.
Okay.
I do want to say I'm kind of like really moving them around as these guys are trying to like get some sort of advantage, but I'd also be communicating at the same time like they're trying to get around me.
Mm-hmm. At this, I'm going to ask you to make an important decision, Joey. Do you want to move your hand shields to block the 2 melee guys, which would give an opening for the gunman to shoot at you? Or do you want to keep the wall closed so you can't be shot, but these guys would have an easier time getting around your shield?
No, as they kind of go to work their way around her and she sees them with the baseball bats, basically, or whatever they're holding, you know? She's basically gonna hold forward and she's probably gonna start pushing forward on the one who has a gun.
Okay, that makes sense.
So that she can, like, move forward and push her wall forward. That way the ones who have the baseball bats will have to go further around her, and then the one who has a gun does not get any shot on anybody.
Okay.
Potentially Joey's shields.
So you're buying a little bit of time, but these guys are quickly trying to run around you in the basically milliseconds that are passing. Because again, we all know how D&D combat is.
Yeah.
You're pushing forward. They're like jumping out of the way to try to get around you. Echo, how do you respond to all of this?
How intent is that gunman on shooting us?
The gunman that's up down here is basically still aiming at Joey and trying to like stay back from her, while these guys are making their way around her shield as she charges forward.
I guess is gravity still messed up here?
He actually, that's a good question. I think Gravitas probably would have turned it off after he got knocked out.
Yeah, it's done now that he's knocked out. I don't need to keep that on anymore.
Okay. Then Echo's gonna he's gonna do something interesting. Okay. He's gonna go to charge this guy.
Okay.
And then because the droid's like, oh no, he's gonna charge me. Echo's gonna dive into a portal.
Okay.
And then come out again, like a couple meters, like behind him, and just punch him in the back of the head.
Okay. Yeah. Roll to directly engage a threat for me.
Wouldn't that be unleashing your powers because I'm using the portal?
You are directly engaging a threat because you're charging him directly. Let me see here. No, yeah, you're going to be directly engaging a threat on this one.
Oh, okay.
And I hear the background buzzing from you, Nicole.
Oh, I guess I'll turn myself back off until I speak.
Thank you.
This is zero. What could go wrong?
Yeah, there you go. All right. So you get to pick one from the directly engage a threat list. As you charge towards him, dive into a portal, pop out behind him, go to crack him in the head. So what do you want to take from that list if you've got it up? If you don't,
I do not. What's the list again?
You can either resist or avoid their blows, take something from them, create an opportunity for your allies, or impress, surprise, or frighten the opposition. And you can only pick one.
Echo's gonna create an opportunity by, I guess he's gonna like kick the back of his leg to make him go on a knee and give either Gravitas or Lily, or even Joy, I guess, an opportunity to hit him if need be.
Okay, yeah. You pop up behind him, you kind of like send him down to a knee, and to trade blows. He kind of elbows back into your stomach, but you've still gotten him on the ground as you kind of stumble back a bit. Lily, you want to take this one, or what do you want to do?
Lily would absolutely, but I did act more recently, so if Nicole wanted to, then that would be valid.
Okay, Nicole.
Okay, so I do have an idea. I don't know what my team would think of this, but an idea that may be able to knock them all out at once. So if I could kind of make gravity, the center of gravity, be on this center guy here, try to attract the other guys to him and knock them all into each other.
Okay. I'll say that this wouldn't affect your move, but you'd have to like move here to be able to see him. But I will say that if you do that, Echo will be brought into it.
That is what I was thinking because he's very close.
Can if she does this, Ethan, can Echo open a portal and like go somewhere else as it's pulling him in?
You're making an opportunity, but you're here. So it's your decision, Gravitas.
I say it's worth it.
Do it.
I could even try to get the other, because this guy's falling. or whatever. He's like
He's on his
unstable,
mute.
so yeah, it'd be easier, and I could try to fuck with this guy to make him easier to, more susceptible.
Yeah, if you want to, when Gravitas rolls, I could either let you do an individual roll, and you're basically setting up just like Echo is to get them closer, or when Gravitas rolls, I can let you spend a point to add it to her roll after it's done, and you can all add a point to it because of the whole like team mechanic thing. Actually, speaking of, you guys currently have, let me see. With how team works, you guys have 3 team points at the moment. You could have more, but I forgot to do the intro thing for this, which is fine. You guys have 3 team points you can spend on that. So, Lily can roll and then Gravitas, or Gravitas can roll and you can all add points to help her final roll up to 3.
Should probably roll first and see if that's necessary. Because which thing would you have me roll?
You would be rolling to unleash your powers.
Okay.
And once again, you have the minus on unleashing your powers, but that does not mean you would fail as in it wouldn't work. It means that it just might be a little interesting. It might be, things might go a little interestingly is all.
But before I do it, I'm gonna look at Echo and I'm gonna be like, do you trust me?
Echo kind of seems like he's looking down at the guy, and then he looks at you, and then looks down at the guy and says, sure.
I, a little bit hesitantly, but this is the best idea that she has. I'm gonna go ahead and roll for it.
Alright. Unleash your powers.
Echo seems really unsure. Oh.
Oh dear!
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
Dear. Ooh, okay. Well... okay. Let's see.
Echo's going for a ride!
Alright. Yeah. Lily, of course, you want to be able to help in any way that you can. So you're kind of like prepping your ghosts to affect the situation. But Gravitas, you're feeling very anxious about this move. You're like, oh god, I really don't want to hurt him. If I hurt him, he's going to think I'm a monster. Everybody already thinks I'm a monster. Your emotions get the best of you, and your powers activate quickly and powerfully. So Joey and Lily, you guys notice as basically everyone around the shield disappears almost in a flash as they fly this way. Not the guy right in front of you, Gravitas. But as you guys sort of like move around or move Joey's shield just to get a good look, the dude in the center that was firing off pot shots at Joey's shield kind of looks around as he like starts getting pulled in on himself, going, oh, as first guy slams into him. Echo slams into him. You look up. Uh-oh! Third guy slams into you.
Echo, as he like gets lifted, he's like, okay, yeah, that's good. Oh shit! He just gets pulled.
This guy, you are the middle. You are the center of this gravitational well, and it hurts. Like, these guys have all been pulled into the center point, and you are the center point. You're feeling pretty claustrophobic. You're like, oh my god, could this kill me? Am I okay? And Gravitas, you have your gravity on them, the well around it, you can feel it, and you're like, I better not make this any stronger or I might break more of his limbs. Joey, Lily, do either of you want to do anything?
Can I try to, like, use my shield hands as, like, some scoops? You know what I mean? Like, so I can kind of take them and just, in this area right here, maybe scoop these robots just a little bit away to create, like, a kind of opening for Echo to try to get out?
You have a feeling that he can't get out, not because, of them, but because of the gravity. It's the gravity that's keeping them on him. So you have a feeling you wouldn't be able to pull them apart. Well, I could let you roll to directly engage a threat, but if you fail, it would be catastrophic. But you could do it. Do you want to try?
No.
No.
I'm going to look over to Alex here.
Mm-hmm. Well, Lily, do you want to react to this, or are you guys going to just try to let Alex handle this?
I'm gonna tell Alex.
I wouldn't have any way to pull him out of the gravity.
Okay, then
I guess I could try to do something, but I'm just too afraid that I'd get yanked in myself. You know?
Yeah, no, that's fair. So yeah, Alex.
Actually, I mean, I guess because my ghosts wouldn't be affected by the gravity, so I could try to have them pull them out since they wouldn't have to worry about getting sucked in.
True.
he's gonna get-
You could always do that if you move in in line of eyesight with him.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Yeah, where are you moving to?
How tall is the walls that you've put up with your shield?
They're like enough to cover a person, but if you were to walk up to me, like trying to walk past me, I'd just move my hand so you can walk by.
I was just gonna say I'll like jump up and like peek over the edge so that I'm not. If I get pulled forward, hopefully I'll just be pressed against your wall rather than sucked into the whole thing.
Mhm.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, definitely. It feels like you're on the edge of the gravity, so, this wall's helping keeping you in place as you're like, whoa, okay, I can feel it from here. And yeah,
and I'll just try to make him pull them out.
yeah, you can roll to command your ghosts.
And I click that.
Stopper
Yeah, it's
on
moved,
the
so I
back
click
of
this.
Joey's skates is just
Listen
Ooh!
up, spirits. All right.
Listen up.
And what does your 9 do again?
Oh, that's right. How do I check that? Here we are. Let's see. The effect is unstable or temporary. The ghosts bring unwanted attention to me. Mark a condition or mark my doom track.
Doom track time?
No. Because if I mark my doom track, it fills right now.
And you don't want to do that for him, do you?
No, Echo's not worth him filling a doom track. I'll say ghosts bring. Since the ghosts are like grabbing onto you, we could say like for Echo specifically, you are feeling like cold hands grasp around you, like pull you out of it. So it is bringing. Would that be okay if the unwanted attention was specific to Echo and
Yeah.
like not something visual for everyone else?
Yeah, that's totally fine.
Okay. Then Echo, you just feel like a whole bunch of cold, clammy hands grab you out of nowhere and yank you out of this thing towards Lily.
You've got like the Danny Phantom ghost breath. It's like, what? And yeah, you feel these clammy hands, and it's hard not because the ghosts are being pulled in, but because Echo is like, you're basically trying to fight against the gravity, but eventually the ghosts do yank you out. You're pulled over the wall. Where do you want to put him at, or throw him?
Just over the wall, like towards me, and
Okay.
I throw him on top of the robot with the trash can.
Okay, yeah. Then yeah, you toss him over the wall. You land right there as the ghosts dissipate, midair. And at that, the robots all clump closer together in the middle of gravity. Gravitas, you're thankful that Lily got Echo out of there. And what do you want to do to finish them off? They're basically at your whim now. Nicole, you're muted.
Echo literally saw a ghost.
Felt good.
Can I launch them up into the air and then send them back down?
Okay, do you mean you launch them up and drop them, or pick them up and smash them into the ground?
Launch them up and drop them. I don't need to demolish them.
Okay, how high up?
Only like 10 feet.
Okay, yeah.
Enough to knock them out.
Yeah, you've got them in this stranglehold. They can't get away from you. So you lift them up in the air, and you're basically like throwing them. So since you're not trying to control it, it's more like you just sort of lift them up and then let go. So thankfully, you're able to do this maneuver pretty easily as you send them up, and a fountain of robots spread as they all go flying and tumbling through the air, crashing into the ground, and just being knocked out pretty generally by this maneuver. They all hit the ground, and at that, everything's cleared out.
Do you think that we have to check inside the store? I mean, I know that sounds silly, but they talked about like
At that,
rescues.
when you ask this, you get a ping on your handbook, and as you look down after the fight, has settled and everyone is on the ground, you're like, oh, should we be checking around? You check your handbook with more special text that says, clear!
Oh.
And now, on your map, the next waypoint has appeared. Additionally, it seems like some of the other teams are still moving around.
Oh, he puts the shields away.
Okay.
Echo's groaning as he leans on. He's laying on the other robot. He's like,
Is everybody okay?
Alex runs over to Echo and she's like, I'm so sorry, are you okay?
I'm fine, but I didn't mean that. Powerful, good job. Though, and he offers her like a weak fist bump.
She gives a very gentle fist bump back.
Oh.
Feeling that guilt right now, aren't you?
Still have that condition.
I'm okay.
Oh,
I'm
you
okay.
never. I thought you marked it off.
Not
Okay.
yet.
That's funny.
He gets up and dusts himself off.
Lily looks like manically excited because she knows she did good, and she knows that Nightwalker saw it. She's like, "Let's fucking go!"
You
guys
did
see
hit a
that?
guy
I was on fire.
That was pretty good. I still can't
Do you
believe I
see
saw
that?
you.
She looks up to the sky for Nightwalker. Fucking
See a
creep.
cloud give her a thumbs up.
Yeah,
You moved a car with your mind, man.
Yeah, it's a thing I can do among other things.
Didn't you hit a person though? Echo says, and he looks behind him at the.
Well, yeah, he had a gun. It's not like it would have killed him. It's just like, you know,
Broke a bone, maybe.
well,
I guess on to the next waypoint then.
you know what? Maybe next time I'll just leave you in the gravity well if you're gonna be sassy about it. Jesus, man.
no, I was. And then he kind of realizes something, and he kind of like pats himself, and he just kind of shivers, like. Whew.
Lily pretends to not see that.
But yeah, you guys are looking at your waypoint on the map now. It looks like, it's a little deeper in the city, down a few roads. And once again, it seems like some other teams are moving around, or have started moving again. Some of them are stopped in place. So, just always good to know that you can keep up with them. But yeah, you guys want to head on to your next place, check on some of the other teams. What are you up to?
I want to look at Aiden. What is Aiden doing?
Okay. Yeah, you open up your handbook, and you're checking on
Are they
where
still on the
Aiden's
first
at.
one?
It seems like they're so when you check, you do actually see that Team 2, which once again it has Reverb, Grimrot, H2O being Aiden, and Gorgon. And it does seem like they're in the middle of a test, but it doesn't look exactly the same as your test. So you can't really tell if they're on the first or second, but with Gabriel being with them, you can assume that they've kind of been charging through.
Yeah.
And as you look to Aiden, it seems like Aiden is sort of stumbling around, trying to find a place to help out. Like, he's kind of like mid-range, like, oh, maybe I can, oh, no. And as you look at what the rest of the team is doing, you see that Reverb is just like wiping out large swaths of grunts that are ahead of him, like almost as if he is sort of sending quakes along the ground or some air wall or whatever he's doing. He's just knocking grunts down like bowling pins, as if it's not even an issue. And similarly to Aiden, but much further back, Grimrot, aka Olivia, is just kind of hiding behind a car and cowering.
Oh.
Meanwhile, you see Maya, aka Gorgon, is staying stealthy and just sort of taking out stragglers that are outside of, what Reverb is just sort of mowing through.
Man, looks
Oh,
like the other
Olivia.
teams are, dealing with a lot. I guess we should get going. Everyone okay
shotgun.
with the Jeep?
How far is it, Ethan?
It's down a couple of roads. It'll take the Jeep to get there. I mean, unless, you guys just wanted to do fancy traveling stuff.
Yeah, the Jeep works.
Heck
For
yeah!
me,
And I'm gonna transform into the Jeep.
What
What'd
were
you
gonna
say, Greg?
Nicole?
the Jeep works for me.
Okay. Then yeah. Joey transforms once again. I assume you guys get out of the way of all the droids. Actually, as you guys are looking at all of this, you do notice that all of the droids just sort of like fade and disappear. Once again, like Nightwalker did before, as if they're like... Or, no, they're not holograms. Whatever. I'm removing them from the map anyway. All the droids
Gone
are...
now.
All the droids are laying there unconscious. You guys move around them. Joey turns into a Jeep and you drive on.
Lily,
Thanos away.
Lily does pick up one of the foam bats before she leaves.
Okay.
Preload something to throw at the next people.
Yeah, you guys all hop into the Jeep and commence driving on. Let me get this.
I do-
a bit
Also,
right.
while we're driving,
Sorry.
Lily doesn't sing this time because she's busy with her phone. She's gonna
Wow.
send a text to the group chat of her, Tiffany and Olivia, like because she saw Olivia cowering very far away. So she's not gonna call her out on that, of course, but she's like constructing a text that like, hey guys, just got done with my first thing, fucking crushed it. Let's get out there and let's fucking put ourselves out there and let's seize the day, or just some shit kind of directed towards her, but not by name.
Yeah.
You're trying to hopefully she gets
encourage her.
encouraged. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Let's see.
So she spends the car ride trying to figure out the perfect way to make sure the message gets through to Olivia without directly saying it to Olivia.
Okay. Could you roll to comfort or support for me?
Dude. I am no good. Hey,
there you go. All right. On that, let's see. Okay. Yeah. All right. So yeah, you make your message, you send it out, and you feel pretty good about it. And as you guys are driving down the way in your fun Joey Jeep, make your way to the next location. Once again, you tear down the street towards another new, crazy sort of situation. You see a wave of destruction ahead of you. A cluster of drones are flying around overhead, about 20 feet in the air, firing laser blasts down at cars in the streets. A car explodes in the distance, and you can feel the heat of nearby flames even from here. Let me actually move you guys into the road, since you're driving along. And you guys see this from a little ways off, so you can kind of slow down as you're getting closer. But as you enter this area, your handbooks all light up with special text once again. Level 2. Joey, how do you want to drive everybody into this situation?
So did you say there's a fire?
Yes, it does seem like the cars that have been blasted by lasers have either already exploded or are on fire and are getting ready to explode. So there are fires around the area.
I am turning into a fire truck.
Okay. Okay, yeah. You morph as you're driving, and you guys watch as the Jeep morphs into a fire truck. As you're pulling
Starting
forward.
to spray. I'm spraying it out. Everybody hop out if you're getting into the action. I'm gonna do some damage. Not damage control. What's it called whenever you help people? Sorry.
No, you can do damage control. That's a good way to put it.
Okay, good. Yeah, I'm gonna do damage control. Putting
right.
out these fires.
Yeah,
She has a firefighter hat on, by the way.
Okay. Yeah, you charge forward, and the doors open, and all of you can unload yourselves either towards the sidewalk or into the road. As you see,
You can
all of these
unload
swarm
or
of
stay
drones.
on.
That's
If
true.
you want to stay on, like, you totally can. She's not, like, kicking you out, but she's just, like, giving you the option that if you want to hop out, now's the time, because she's going to start driving down the street and putting out fires.
Echo's gonna tuck and roll.
Okay. Yeah, where are you rolling to, bud?
Roll right, like, here.
Okay. You roll into the street and you look up and see this drone flying above you, and it seems trained on the fire truck rather than you. Gravitas, where do you want to go to?
Took me a second to unmute myself. I think I'm gonna go in the same direction, kind of go over to where Echo's going.
Okay, yeah. So you roll out and join him, backing him up. And Lily, do you want to stay on the fire truck or head elsewhere?
Lily asks Joey, so like you're like the car, so you can just move, your parts with ease, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
I'm gonna get into that cool like extendable ladder thing that's on the top of fire trucks, and you just like get me close to the bots.
Yeah, all right, got it.
Okay, I climbed to the top of the fire truck.
I was so hoping somebody. That's literally the reason why I wanted to be like, well, you don't have to leave my fire truck.
I have
Fire
no
trucks
range.
are helpful.
All right, yeah. So Joey, I'm gonna start with you
I
first.
am a car.
Yeah, you are a car. You're a fire truck. Where do you want to drive? What do you want to do? Like, what is your action? What's your prerogative for now?
My immediate prerogative is I'm putting out the fires that are kind of like starting to spread in any type of way, threatening the sidewalk, the businesses here. Like, those are kind of the first priority. But I also wanted to ask if I can use my hose to try to shoot the drones, because fire trucks have a pretty high-powered hose.
Yeah.
And these are some drones, robotic drones, and Joey's like, haha, I know your weakness.
Okay, yeah.
Because I share it.
Yeah, so what you'll do, first of all, of course, if you want to shoot water, this will be the fun, you're giving yourself another new power, right?
Yeah, if I can shoot the water, yeah.
And you see a nice, funny enough, nice fire hydrant over here that you can
there we go.
drive over to.
Yes!
So yeah, let's get you guys driven over this way. You know, you've got a hose that extends over, like basically doing the work for you of unscrewing this fire hydrant, connecting to it, and now, of course, you have to do the mark a condition to use your new power, because this is different than the morphing power, which you still have for all of these combat encounters. So, what do you want to do with it? Or rather, not what do you want to do with it. Which condition do you want to mark for this?
Well, I guess a part of me was kind of hoping that by becoming this colossal fire truck, I would be kind of taking most of the heat. So I was hoping to be able to mark damaged, but I don't know if that's something I can just mark, or if it's something that actually needs to initially take place to be marked. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get what you mean.
Yeah, like, can I take the damage quirk knowing that I'm trying to tank it and, like, throw myself in the way of everyone, you know?
Yeah, we can say that you can mark damaged now, and we're gonna find a way to make that make sense in the scene.
Like, yeah, I think I just am trying to make it so a lot of focus is going on me, so instead of it being, like, in instances of trying to, like, attack Lily or stuff, it's like, it would hit the fire truck, you know what I mean?
Yeah, okay, so here's the scene then. You charge forward, your hose connects to the fire hydrant, and you know, this drone now has its sort of back turned to Echo and Gravitas, and these two drones right here, and I guess this one too, since it's kind of in, no, this one's looking over here. These three drones are all focused directly on you and are firing laser blasts at you. So you're getting kind of banged up as you hook up to this fire hydrant, but as you do, you unlock new power to spray water. And you said you wanted to spray the nearby fires and robots with it, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and you're getting damaged for this, but they're all close to you. They're not trying to avoid you. So as you're getting blasted, you basically turn your hose in an arc, putting out fires on this car and spraying this drone, and putting out this fire over here, just in a huge arc of water. Basically spraying a fountain out of yourself. And with that, actually...
I say that the siren's going, also just for funsies.
Yeah, of course.
Why would expect that?
Good.
Yeah, actually, as you spray these robots, they just wig out and are, like, sparking and zapping, and they fall to the ground, just not functional.
I need all robots in the road to please get out of the street.
Yeah, all of the drones are looking in your direction now, but none are blasting you yet. Lily, since you're on the fire truck, do you have anything you want to do yet, or are you laying low and waiting for an opportunity?
Once they get closer, because I'm limited by however far the ladder thing can swing out. So I'll just wait till they get closer, and then just start swinging at them, basically.
Okay. Echo, you came out behind this robot, and Gravitas, you did too, but I'm going to start with Echo here. Echo, what do you want to try to do? These things are all about 20 feet in the air.
He's going to open a portal right in front of the drone to the ice realm and just blast ice and snow on its face.
Okay. Yeah, roll freak for me to unleash your powers.
Good at.
Yeah, there you go. All right. Yeah, you open up a portal. It like behind it, in front of it, above it. What do you want to do directionally?
In front of it, just to surprise it.
Okay. Yeah, you. Actually,
awesome.
here's a fun thing. If you you open up a portal to the ice realm, to Begonia, and icy winds start pouring out of it, and blowing this thing back as it tumbles through the air. It's kind of starting to frost over a little bit. And you very quickly, with a snap of your fingers, as Spark is like kind of guiding you and being like, oh hey, do like, this is a good opportunity. You snap your fingers and your first portal closes, you open one up behind it, and the icy winds blow it into the next portal, and it's gone. You've blown it into another dimension.
Can I kind of tag team with him on this and make one of the portals be a center of gravity so that it attracts some of the robots?
Sure.
I like that. Oh,
yeah,
let's do it.
You got.
That's like a Horizon move right there. That's fantastic.
You've got a portal right here leading to the ice realm. As that drone like flies into it, and now a gravity well is sort of pulling into it. Now the other robots aren't close enough to be affected yet, but with this combo move, you guys have an ice vortex that's basically a big frozen toilet you're ready to flush these guys into. But for now, they're not getting close enough as they fly over closer to Lily and Joe's fire truck. Let me remove
Echo
these guys.
gives like a loud. Echo gives a loud whistle to the two and gestures to the portal.
Okay, and yeah,
And like waves his hand.
Okay, I have a fun idea.
Okay, yeah, Lily, are you at the bottom of the ladder or at the top as you're waiting for them?
I'm in like, because it's the, like the fire trucks have like the carriage thing that gets extended up to like windows.
Right.
So I'm just in the carriage,
Mhm.
and I like to, I'm imagining, as they're like flying in, let me get the ruler thing, as they're flying in like this way,
Mhm.
I'm like extended and like Joey's swinging it like this, and then at the same time I'm swinging the bat. So I'm trying to use both like Joey's momentum and my own like enhanced, strength.
Okay.
And I'm just gonna try to like hit one of them into the portal if I can.
Okay. Roll to directly engage a threat for me. And you'll have Joey's help to add a +1 to this.
Yo.
Yay!
And you're aiming for both of these closest
Yo.
robots. Yo! Okay.
Yo!
So you get to pick 2 from the list. Resist or avoid their blows, take something from them, create an opportunity, or impress, surprise, or frighten.
Is knocking them into the portal any specific thing that I would need to choose, or is that just happening and I'm like choosing the additional like?
I think what would make sense is creating an opportunity to knock it into the portal that they're opening for you, and to resist it or avoid their blows because you're not getting hit during this. Kind of makes sense.
Well, I was gonna say because you guys were looking for a reason to have Joey get hit, and since Joey had said she is trying to take the blows by being like the tank, I would like to choose impress, surprise, or frighten the opposition in flavor that is, this is an impressive act, and Lily is going to feel impress Nightcrawler. She's going to feel very full of herself.
Okay,
that she is like
Nightcrawler
swinging through the air, knocking robots with just like enhanced might and a foam bat and a fucking car on her side.
Yeah, so you're in this big carriage. You're being swung through in an arc. Like so, and you're baseball batting these 2 drones, and they're flying straight through the air towards this icy portal. And as you do so, the robots shoot off stray lasers that fly into the arm of the fire truck. But of course, Joey, you're made out of some great material, so it's not falling apart. But you're getting blasted a little bit. You're taking more damage.
I imagine it's like hitting all the stuff on the sides of the fire truck, and like certain things are kind of popping open and stuff like that.
But as you do this, you are looking impressive, and again, a little bit frightening for some opposition. And you have a feeling that anybody that might be looking at your guys' team right now would be thoroughly impressed by you.
She has the wind blowing through her hair. She looks impressive up there, but then also frightening because she has this big manic smile because she is thrilled to be using her powers effectively.
Yeah, and you
for the first time in school.
You knock him through the air for a home run as Echo, these 2 drones, pop into your portal. And with that, you guys finally have to sort of let yourselves rest and let your batteries recharge. The portal closes, the gravity well disappears, and there's just one more drone in the distance, which in reaction, it's going to try to fire at you, Lily. So I want you to roll to take a powerful blow.
Sorry, I was writing a joke. I'll do that.
No, that's good. Here, Will, we can. Yeah, you can.
No, it's good.
I was gonna say you can. Okay.
You're
Oh no! Okay, yeah.
Oh, dear.
Echo, as they fly into the hole and it closes, and you yell "Go!" You shudder under a deafening thud, and you look forward again. This laser shoots through the air from the droid, and Lily, you're like, "Hell yeah!" And you look back,
Oh, no.
and a laser blasts you in the face.
Okay.
Oh
So,
Can I-
from
Okay, go
the
ahead.
Take a Powerful Blow list,
Yeah,
which
I'm looking.
is in there. You can either choose one from the top or 2 from the bottom.
Okay. Hang on, I'm looking.
no! God, I can picture everyone watching just going, "Oh!"
I will say, this does not undermine your impressive thing from before. It's just, unfortunate circumstance. It's the tensity of the battle that you're getting blasted by a laser.
Okay, I think I'm gonna take Mark II options from the take 2 options from the 7-9 list.
Okay.
I think I'm going to give ground, and I'm going to Mark II conditions, because I'll say, because Lily is still just a person, and with how hard, Joey is flinging the thing, we
Yeah.
could say once it, stops, Lily's momentum keeps going, and she, tumbles out of the carriage and, hits the ground,
Yeah.
which, puts her out of the cool position to be able to, reach them, really, because if they're too high up, there's, not shit I can do.
Mhm.
And I'll mark angry, because that makes sense, as
Mhm.
she'd be pissed that it happened.
Mhm.
And what else?
Let me see here. I can check the list too. Let's see. Angry definitely makes sense. I wouldn't say you're probably afraid or
Yeah.
guilty.
Maybe
Yeah,
insecure.
maybe insecure.
Yeah, embarrassed, basically.
Yeah.
Like
Okay.
you're like, ah, fuck, did I just trip and fall at the finish line? Like that fucking sucks.
Yeah.
So yeah, you get blasted by the laser. you
Lily
hit
hits the
yours.
ground and just grumbles out, I can't fucking win in this school, dude. This sucks.
Yeah. So you've
I
got.
try to just shoot that drone with my hose. And
uh,
it would be a delayed reaction, I feel like, from Joey, but after Lily's hit out of the thing.
mhm. Yeah. Then let's see. Roll to directly engage a threat. I'll say.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see. Hey.
Let's see here. Yo, you guys have been doing great. All right. Yeah. So
Yeah.
from the directly engage a threat list, you can choose 2 of the standard list. Do you have it up?
Yeah, I did actually. Hold on, sorry. My thing is being.
Some good high rolls
I was
going
just.
on.
I know! It's fantastic.
Yeah, we haven't had a miss in a while. Oh, by the way, Nicole, for your miss earlier, you can mark that potential. By the way, make sure you guys remember to do that. Oh.
Yeah. Okay, sorry. Directly engage with that. I think I'm going. Well, I'm. You get to choose 2, you said?
Yeah, you get to choose 2. And to explain resist or avoid their blows, normally when you directly engage a threat, by default you are trading blows. So, you kind of each hit each other. So when you do that, you get to say, hey, I hit them, they don't hit me back.
Okay, I'm gonna resist their blows, and I'm gonna also do the impress. I want to impress people watching as well.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, you turn your hose and you spray straight in the air. Not in an arc, not in a wide sort of cone, but you're focus blasting like a stream of water directly at this thing with crazy good accuracy. And you actually are looking quite impressive because you do it basically right after Lily gets hit. Spot on. You lock on, bam, spray the water. It slams into this thing and knocks it to the ground, and it is out of commission.
As soon as it hits the ground, I want to say that Joey immediately turns back into herself as Joey and skates over on the wheels right next to Lily to go and reach a hand down to help her up.
Okay, yeah.
You okay?
No, yeah, I'm fine. This is just typical.
No, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have moved you around like that. I felt you hit the edge and then go over the side. It was totally on me.
I mean, something to keep in mind for next time, I guess.
Yeah, I definitely will.
He's like helping you up.
She takes the help.
Mm-mm-mm. Yeah, so you guys are all checking on Lily. Let me get just a little. No, not that.
Are all the fires are put out, right?
Yes, you definitely.
Okay, good.
We're getting all
Good.
the fires in the area put out. Give me just a second while I. Oh, you know
You're
what?
good.
I can't move myself again.
Sorry. Here's
Classic.
1 sec. There we go. I'm gonna put this on.
Imagine forgetting.
No.
Oh, yo.
Hold on. I'm trying to find a certain vibe for
Hey,
this.
that's a good song.
You guys, do you guys want to hear this or maybe something more peaceful?
Yeah, hell yeah.
Okay.
I like this.
Okay. Then yeah. Let me give you permissions to move your token, Nicole. But yeah, you guys are going over to check on Lily at the moment. Gotta get this music turned down just a little bit. But yeah, you're kind of kicking yourself a little bit, Lily, after what just happened. But Joey kind of comes over to help you up, and your handbooks all ping you. You look to it, and once again, it lights up with the message "Clear," and your next waypoint appears on the map. And your buzzing is in the background, Nicole.
Does it seem pretty far away?
Yeah, again, it seems a little
The
farther
same
away.
distance?
It seems a little farther away than the one from last time. And it seems to go a little closer to the center of this part of the city.
Okay. Just waiting for the moment that you're like, it's at the top of a skyscraper. And I can be like, yay! Let's go!
Mm-mm-mm. But yeah.
Yeah!
What do you
Nip
guys
time! Baby!
You,
I imagine Lily's got a scuffed up face from landing on the asphalt road or whatever.
yeah.
And she's just wiping it and it's all right, we're next. Let's fucking go.
Yeah, you guys see the waypoint on your map and are ready to go whenever. Of course, you've got a little moment of downtime before you head out, hence the different music. So you guys can, have a conversation, or you can just kind of go on your merry way.
Yo, I'm telling you, they better have stopped watching right after I hit the robots.
I doubt that. To be honest.
Okay, well, thanks, dude.
No, you did good. You did good. He saw the laugh.
I'm sure nobody
Yeah,
saw
still
it.
impressive.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I know
Sure,
it was
that works.
impressive, but yeah.
Yeah, no, you did. And Echo looks over to Gravitas and is like, hey, good job with the gravity, by the way.
Thank you. I thought we could work together pretty well like that.
Yeah,
it's
that
better when
portal
you-
gravity move, that was perfect.
It's better when
Thank
I'm not
you.
in the middle of it. He laughs and gives a chuckle.
As much as possible, she looks guilty behind the mask.
Echo wakes and gives her a little, punch on the shoulder.
And then she squashes you like a pancake.
Yeah.
Don't hit me.
At this point, Joey would probably start driving too, while we're talking.
Okay, yeah.
I do want to check on my phone, or on the tablet or whatever,
Mhm.
what Olivia's group is up to.
Okay. Yeah, Joey transforms again into a Jeep, I assume, and starts barreling down the road, driving along the way. You guys are all sitting in your seats, and Lily, you go to check on Olivia and her team once again. And you see they're in a different situation from last time. It seems like there are more, vehicles involved in this one, with, once again, Gabe is just, would basically, move his arm or his foot just a little bit, and send out a wave in front of him, and things are getting knocked over and destroyed. Aiden is still trying to find a place and can't really find his spot, but now it seems like Olivia's moving around a lot more, as, a vehicle is sort of pulling up towards the back of their big open space, sort of arena in the middle of this intersection, and like trains a weapon on Gabe as he's got his back turned to it. Olivia walks up to it, and you actually notice that her outfit looks very similar to what she normally wears, but it looks like it's been upgraded in a way. And her gloves sort of dematerialize as she puts both hands on the back of this vehicle, and you watch as it rapidly rusts and decays before finally just falling into a pile of ash on the ground with only 4 tires left.
Hell yeah.
Sadly, it does not seem anybody else in that area has noticed that this has happened.
I'll also check Triffany, since Chloe's gone anyway.
Yeah, you check in on Team 1 with Triffany, who's hanging out with Evan, Nelson, and Danny, and you see that they're in the middle of a situation right now, too. You see that Triffany is flying around, basically acting as their eyes in the sky and sort of giving them direction on like, hey, there is a guy over there, you should probably get him. And every so often, like, Nelson will have a clone, like, jump up to her and she'll, like, swing around and throw him at a guy. So it seems like she's really just helping them, like, kind of stick together as a unit. Meanwhile, at the same time, Wild Style is using his hair whips to help, like, grab and restrain foes and basically just tie them down. Thunderstroke is darting between numerous grunts in a flash, zapping them and knocking them all out at once. And Colony Man is using multiple clones, like he's got about 5 out, as he assists all of his teammates in 2v1 combat while he's going into some close quarters combat against grunts of his own. So he's just jumping all over the place. And really seems to be trying super hard. Like, where you saw him in some of the physical challenges in Dodgeball and what he's pulling off out here is like night and day. Like, he finally looks like he's been training to do this.
I hate that guy.
And of course,
Lily says out loud.
And of course, if any of the rest of you were checking on Team 1 or Team 2, of course, you are all seeing the same thing as you're driving along in the Jeep.
Echo's busy giving directions to Joey because he's worried we're going to go take a wrong turn.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, Chloe, are you back?
Yeah, I am back.
Cool. Then with that, Chloe, do you want to check on anyone specifically? Or, I mean, I pretty much gave information for what everyone's doing.
Yeah, Joey is very strictly driving right now.
Yeah. All right. Then with that, we'll move in transit and get to the next area. Let's see. You make your way here. We're going to be towards the left, a little down from the top.
I see. Dang.
But you're closing in once again on your waypoint, and even more widespread destruction is able to be seen as you tear down the road towards a large intersection where chaos is just unfolding. All around, drones are flying about with their lasers trained on droids that seem to be panicking in fear. Across the way, you see a few droids holding a couple at gunpoint, to the right and down a bit. While the others load large bags with $signs on them into the trunk of their car. Your handbook lights up. Final level. So yeah, you guys see now there are droids everywhere, exhibiting a lot of different personalities, we'll say. And it's your job to make sense of this chaotic situation. Joey, what do you want to do as their mode of transportation?
I'm like, I have a couple things in my mind right now. Sorry, I actually have. So all these droids are in the air there, and then the ones with the red dots here, those are bad guys there too.
Yes.
All right. Looks like we've got multiple places to go. I think it's time we split up. Someone stay with me and I'll transform into a bike to help those hostages. The rest of you take care of the droids.
Okay.
I can stop them from getting off with the money.
Okay, great.
All right. At this, before we move and do rolls, we're finally going to do some start of combat moves. So, what I want you guys to do is I want you all to DM me who you think the leader of this combat encounter is.
Oh dear.
And now, we've only spent 1 team point so far. So you guys have 6 in the pool, as you have actually been getting points for entering into battle each time. Let's see the results. Okay. For once, everyone answered the same! Hooray! Let's see.
Yay!
Lily's reluctant about it, though.
Makes you feel special.
Everyone thinks Joey's the leader. Kai, what do you think about this?
I agree.
Yay!
Thank you, Kai, for the soundboard of your voice. And he's not here at the moment. But yes, Joey, you're the leader of this combat encounter. So, you guys are starting out with 6 points. You've gotten 2 for each of your combat encounters so far, and you have spent 1 so far. So, you've got 6 points by default. Because you all voted on the same leader, you give them, or rather, you guys get plus 1 more point, so you've got 7. Everyone has the same purpose. At another point, you have 8 points to spend. And does anybody not trust Joey?
Joey's a designated driver. I trust her.
Okay. Yeah, then you guys have 8 team points, which, again, if you guys are doing actions, like, for instance, as an example, if Joey's the motorbike and Lily's riding with a baseball bat and, like, swings at a guy, you can make the attack, and you can get that plus 1 from Joey. You could get a plus 1 from someone, even, like, Echo that's far away, and it's like, oh, I'll open a portal and try to help with that. As long as you can basically make an excuse for it, you can have somebody at a point, and each of you can do it for one of your teammates. So, we've got a lot of points that you're able to spend, especially if you're teaming up on people. So, if there's like a slight difference, if it's a hit but not a full hit, we can try to push it over, make it a full hit. But just keep that in mind as we go forward, with Joey leading the charge, transforming from a Jeep into a motorbike with, I assume, Lily shifting from the passenger seat onto the driver's seat of the motorbike. Gravitas and Echo would be dropped off. So about where do you think you would transform?
So I would probably transform just like at this line right here.
Okay.
And then I'm thinking the route though that Joey's taking is gonna be a little specific.
Okay.
It's just because I wanted to ask if while I'm in this motorbike form, can I use my shield ability from earlier?
Yes, you can. What do you want to use it for?
So what I want to do is the route I want to take is going around the front of this car, kind of.
Okay.
And so first to have a shield on my left side blocking kind of the front of this car from these drones, and then swooping in and around over here.
Okay. So like you're wanting
I'm just trying to...
You're wanting to drive by and sort of block this car. And remember that the wall extends from you, but you don't leave a wall behind, because it would have to...
No, yeah. No, it's just kind of in front of me, but I imagine if these, like, drones here are trying to, like, attack, like, people who are in this car, and they're going after the drones, but we're going after these bad guys, just, like, on the way to these bad guys, she has the shields up to kind of block any laser blasts that are coming.
Okay. Yeah, makes sense.
It's kind of more of like an aesthetic kind of thing. But yeah, and then as soon as we pull up over here, she's just going to have those shields up, blocking the people on the sidewalk from the people at the car.
Okay. I'll say in this action, you guys, you're peeling out through the street in your motorbike form. You peel between these two guys, your walls go up, and both of the drones notice you, train their lasers on you, and start firing, but your walls are defending you guys, and Lily, you're kind of feeling it. You're like, oh, ooh, okay, we're being blasted at. This is okay, I guess.
being on a self-driving car.
charge around this way as this robot prepares to fire at the people. You block it just in time. But it's going to take you a little bit longer to get over here, as you see the robots down here acting like thugs are holding these guys at gunpoint, and as they see you, they panic, and it looks like they're about to fire at these guys. Lily, from here, what do you want to try to do?
You're teeing me up to try to protect these people?
No, the people down here at the bottom.
Oh, okay, I see. I thought you meant these things were about to shoot these people in the car. I guess.
No,
These two probably right here.
That's
trying to
good
get these.
because Lily is honed in. She's embarrassed about what she did, and she's trying to hide that embarrassment by being pissed off.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to if this doesn't count, that's fine. But I'm going to do it either way because I think it fits with what her headspace. Because to clear the insecure, like embarrassed thing, you have to take foolhardy action without talking to your team.
Mm-hmm.
I want Lily to like use her enhanced strength with having as many ghosts possessing her currently as she has to like leap off of Joey and like land here basically.
Okay, yeah.
To just put herself in the middle of it all.
Yeah, that totally makes sense. So you can unmark insecure because you are definitely taking foolhardy action.
Would you count this as facing danger alone?
Yes.
Okay, then that marks my doom track.
Okay.
And that fills my doom track.
Okay. So let me give you a moment here as you're flying through the air and doing this. Joey is peeling out through the street in motorbike form. You use your strength to leap off through the air, and you're like, "All right, I've got this." You slam down in the middle of all of these guys, and you're like, "I'm gonna prove myself. I'm gonna really make myself look like a hero here." And you stand up, and time almost seems to slow down, and you feel the icy breath leave your mouth as visions around you start to change. These robots around you all like turn and start training weapons on you, and in the blink of an eye you see odd dark images in front of you in place of them. And what you see... Will, could you mute yourself? What you see is... Give me a sec. I'm just showing this to you. You see this.
I'm not seeing anything.
You aren't? Let me see.
No.
Oh, go into your character sheets and go under Other. I've revealed something new just for you.
Oh, sick. Oh, yeah, oh, sick.
Yeah. All around you, these drones flicker and change as the area around you fades into a dark, smoky void. And these guys all look like this image, shrouded in black, large feathery wings behind them, and they're all staring at you. And you go cold, and you start freaking out, and you're like, whoa, wait, what's going on? But just as quickly as it happened, you snap back to reality.
Okay.
So yeah, in literally like a nanosecond, all of this has happened in your mind. But these guys all turn towards you and are like freaking out, like whoa, and your attention is on. Their attention is on you.
Because I didn't roll anything. So is that my turn or?
Let's see. No, yeah, you get to directly engage a threat if you want, or use one of your powers, or what have you.
Yeah, I was gonna say because like Lily is just doing this because she feels like she ruined her cool moment earlier, so she wants to throw herself into a situation where she can have another cool moment. That happens, and that disappoints her because it reminds her just of how shit her entire situation is. And I'm going to expel all of the ghosts in my body, like outwards.
Okay.
Like just launching them out of me like a wave of force.
Okay, yeah. Roll to unleash your powers.
Please, God. Yo!
Yo!
Okay.
No!
There you go. Yeah, you brought all of these spirits into your body to give you this extra force as you leapt through the air. And as you land and have this vision, it freaks you out a bit, but you stay composed, and you send out a wave around you of spiritual energy as all of these spirits fly out, and you can hear their moaning wails as it knocks these two guys into this wall, and knocks these two guys onto their ass in the street, just not being able to defend against it at all. And they start freaking out in response, because you have just come in and started, like, wrecking their whole situation. So what are they gonna do? Yeah, let's see. These two that you knocked farther away are going to stand up and start, like, scrambling. You know, Joey, you see this man running towards this person who's, like, trying to get out of their car and run off. This dude's just trying to run down the street away from you. The dude that was knocked into the wall initially, you know, this guy closest to you isn't able to do much, but this other dude that's a little bit farther away from you tries to fire a pot shot off at you. So roll to take a powerful blow.
This is gonna go well, watch. Yay!
No, there you go, yeah. He fires off a panicked pot shot, but it misses your head as you bob it out of the way, and you're like, no, not again, not like last time. And you're ready to take these guys on. But moving over to the left, in the middle of all of that, Gravitas and Echo, you see Joey and Lily peel out and go off in that direction. In the meanwhile, what are you guys up to? What are you two focused on?
I think we should try to team up again and take some of these drones out.
I'm down for that.
Okay, so how do you want to do this?
What kind of
We
portal
can
do you want?
What options do you have?
Fire?
Fire would be fun.
Sand? Or snow?
Let's send them into fire.
I'm
We
down.
go right in the middle here, and then just send all three of these guys into it.
Okay. The fire.
Echo looks over to Gravitas and gives like a smile and extends his hand as he goes to open a portal to yield fire dimension.
Okay. You know, draw me that portal here, and yeah, you open your portal, and you open it up, and you know you see basically right under the ground here is a lake of magma. So you can either open it pointing towards the ground, or you can open it up towards the air.
I'll open it. We'll make it like, let's just make it lava. Why not?
Yeah, there you go. So you open
Perfect.
up a lava hole there. Gravitas, what are you doing?
I'm enhancing the gravity on that portal to draw these drones into it.
Okay. Yeah, making it the center of gravity, kind of like your own personal black hole. Roll to unleash your powers.
Okay.
And they get the +1 because they're working together?
Yes.
Okay, so that's
I
a
do?
9.
What would you
That's
say?
a
Chloe?
9 then.
Yes.
Wouldn't it? Okay, cool. Yeah.
Yeah, so you guys have 17 points left. But yes, since Echo is helping you out by making this portal, you have a 9, which isn't much higher. It's still a regular hit, but you do get a regular hit at least. Let's see.
Could like Chloe or I spend a point from the team pool and say like the fact that we had driven past them distracted them, so they weren't looking like they weren't looking towards Gravitas and Echo, so they're like the drones are more ready to be sucked in, like unaware.
Yes, I will allow that.
Hell yeah.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Make it a 10.
You guys spend those 2 points overall, not each of you spending a point. So you have 16 points left. That's a 10, so that is a full hit. So,
Yeah.
Gravitas, you're feeling confident. You guys pulled off a team move before, and you're like, yeah, let's do it again. I'm feeling it. And you basically create this... I've been mentioning gravitational wells because you create a point in space where everything's pulled towards, but at this point you basically create an actual vortex, which Echo, you're able to see is sort of affecting the lava on the other side, as not yourself, thankfully, but all of these drones are being pulled towards and being dragged into the lava pit very quickly and efficiently. as they are all being blasted away. And there we go. With both of your team moves, these 3 drones fly into the lava and explode on the other side. You guys give a high five, and the drones that were panicking, probably civilians, you would just have to assume, thank you, or they call out a thank you, Mr. and or Mrs., and then turns around and runs off. This one also just runs away from the scene up here towards the top. And there you go. The portal closes, and you guys are like, all right, hell yeah. Meanwhile, over here to the side, you guys, basically right after that happens, you hear the thud in the distance of Lily landing and sending out the ghostly force around her, which you guys think is telekinetic force, except for maybe Echo. We'll cover that later. But you notice that happening, and Joey, as you're driving around, you've still got your walls up on either side of you, and you're trying to close the distance between you and Lily, and you see in the distance that your distraction thankfully helped the fire vortex happen. So what's your priority right now? What do you think is most important to do?
So the ones that are over here are like on the ground pointed at Lily right now, right?
Yes.
And then this guy right here looks like he's about to run up to this person out here, right?
Yes.
Okay, well then I am going to try to hose this guy with my fire hose. Oh wait, no, I'm not attached to water!
I can say that you have a tank that you filled from before.
Okay, cool, because I have that new ability now where I can just like shoot that until the combat's over. So I want to do that. I want to directly engage the threat and try to blast him with water.
Yeah, you morph into what looks like a motorbike mixed with a fire truck.
Good.
And your hose comes out on top like a turret, and you're gonna aim to spray this guy. So yeah, he is distracted by running away from Lily and being like, oh, maybe I should take a hostage. But you blast him with your hose, and he gets knocked over on his ass. But unlike the drones, it doesn't seem like this instantly knocks him out. However, it does do a heavy blow. Actually, no, since he got hit by Lily before, this does actually knock him out. But he doesn't seem to wig out,
great.
and he doesn't seem to wig out like with sparks of electricity like the drone. So you can assume he's not weak to water, but you did just knock him out with the force of that. So thankfully he gets sprayed, knocked into the little section of crosswalk here, and is out cold, which the other guy who's running over here panics about, starts trying to run around the corner in response.
Got it. I'm kind of like, I don't think I'm going to follow or anything. I'm now kind of more making sure that all people are probably okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, as you're like turning in your motorbike form to spray him, you're kind of like doing a donut, and as you turn around, you do see that this drone over here is going to react by trying to fire at these guys in the car.
Shit.
So, let's see. Since you just acted, and Lily is preoccupied, Echo and Gravitas, I know I'm going to get to Lily here in just a second, but you guys are able to see this from afar. And you see this laser being primed and ready at these guys who are panicking and trying to get out of their car. Can either of you do something?
Can I... Ooh, that's a gamble.
What is it?
You know where I'm going with
I
this.
know where you're going, but I want you to say it.
I was gonna try to use alien tech to have Spark hijack the drone.
Okay.
that isn't where you were thinking it was going?
It's one of the few places I thought you were going. I also thought you were going to try to summon something.
God, after last time?
It's got to do it someday. What do you want to do, though? I will say that I like the idea of you acting on this, since Gravitas, finished off the move from before, so this is kind of like your attack rather than setting up. Yeah, what do you want to do with this?
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna use alien tech to have Spark try to hijack the drone and just make it miss. Or
okay, yeah, I'll say that you got to run out kind of in the middle here, get a little bit closer so that you give Spark more of a heads up to close the gap, and yeah, roll alien tech for me.
Please, God, I never wanted anything more.
Okay, there you go. You got a hit. So what does a hit mean for alien tech for me?
Let me just post this quick for you.
Let's see. Let's see. You got an 8. I think some of your thing disappeared in the middle of that. I'll just open your character sheet. So on alien tech, for a 7 to 9.
It says on a hit, you create a device that does something
impossible, and then fizzle.
And then fizzle.
Yeah, okay.
And then...
Yeah, so, you send out Spark, it flies through the air like a little blue streak through the air, and it jumps into this drone, and it's capable of doing something amazing. What's that amazing thing it does once and then fizzles?
It's gonna try to go super speed.
Okay.
It's gonna try to go super speed, and where is it? He's gonna try to go crash into this guy who's running away in the back.
Okay, yeah, sure. Yeah, you've got this robot that was training a laser originally, but now big thrusters, the thrusters on the back go into overcharge, and it blasts through the air, soaring towards this guy. And yeah, it blasts into the back of him, knocks him through the air and onto the ground, and it knocks him out, with the drone clattering off to the side and fizzling after having done this.
Yeah, Echo goes, yeah! He does like a little, he jumps in there and does a fist bump as he smiles.
Doing that for the audience there. But yeah, you give yourself a pat on the back, a job well done, as Alex, you can either stay back or you can move up where Echo is. But as the drone is cleared and the other guy that was escaping runs off, the two people in the car once again say, "Thank you, Mr. or Mrs.," and just scramble out of the car and go running up the street and disappear down the road as they escape. Lily. All of this action's happening behind you after your maneuver from before. You were fired at, but you dodge out of the way, and these two are right in front of you with the people that are panicking behind them, taking their opportunity to run off since you're distracting them. So, what is it that you want to do?
I don't get a thank you.
They say, "Thank you, Mr. or Mrs.," and then turn around and run off.
Lily backs up a bit after dodging the first dude's shot, and is gonna open this car door, basically here, and just kind of duck behind it so that she has a bit of cover from that guy. And I'm just gonna whip my bat over the car door at him.
Okay, let's see. Yeah, I'll say you're whipping it in an arc, right? Just trying to throw it at him. Yeah. You're gonna whip your bat over the door. Do you want a ghost to try to help direct it towards one of them? Because just chucking the bat over, you'll probably miss.
Yeah, hang on. Could I just make the ghosts sweep their legs out from under them or something as I just hide behind the door?
Yeah, sure. As you open the door and hide behind it, you very simply command your ghost to do that. So let's roll that command.
Actually,
thing.
Okay, I have a much funnier idea.
Okay.
Or a funnier way to flavor it. Mm-hmm. Lily opens the door and ducks behind it, and then just tosses the bat over the door, and it is caught midair by one of the ghosts, and they try to sweep the leg with the bat. Okay,
yeah. Command your ghost to do this for me.
Please, ghosts.
Kapow!
Kapow!
Kapow! What does that mean when you kapow?
I don't know.
You got a full hit.
It's a full roll on everything.
Yeah, I got 2 6s.
Yeah, so what's the full thing here for you? Is that anything...
I don't know.
Special, let me see. Listen up, spirits. 10+, they follow your orders as intended and do a great job. Yeah, you basically tag team with your ghosts, you toss the bat in the air, it grabs it, flies down, and basically a wide bar sort of situation as they're both charging towards the door at the same time. The baseball bat comes down, basically tabletops them, and they trip and fall over, just basically groveling on the ground to this car door now. Joey, it's your move. You see that your teammates have helped get the other civilians out of this car, so you've got some open reign now to do what you need.
I'm kind of... Okay. Everyone's down except for these ones over here, right?
Yep.
Got it, yeah. And this is open, the car... Is it like the car door's open?
Yeah, Lily is behind an open car door.
Alright. Sorry, Lily might get mad at me for this one. I am pulling up on the motorcycle on the other side here.
Okay.
I am making the attempt to basically just like blast them with the water.
Okay.
And I know Lily
I
might
want
be
so
mad at
desperately
me.
not to get hit by the water.
I know, if she gets hit by the water.
Let's see. Yeah, she knocked them down before. So yeah, you're behind them. You go to blast them with water, and they just get sprayed as they're trying to get up and get oriented. But they're just completely thrown for a loop. They can't really do much. So yeah, you can distract them with this water. Let me see actually. Did that do it?
I think she means like hit him against the wall or the door hard enough to like knock him out.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
that's kind of what I'm trying to do.
Yeah, you hit them once before with your ghost blast, and you knocked them prone with the bat. So yeah, they can't do anything about this. You come up behind them, spray them with the water tank, and they both just slam into the car door, fall back, and they're for robots, unconscious. So you've successfully cleared them out.
Now, what has to be rolled to see if I get hit by water?
That's a good question. Take a powerful blow, but just for the water, for the
water.
Yeah.
Oh!
Lily is drenched.
Yeah.
If I wasn't already
no.
angry, I would mark angry.
Yeah, you kind of see Joey pull up, and you're like, oh, I should probably step back, and the water knocks them into the car door, closes the car door, and then you get sprayed with water after the fact as it's like winding down. So you're just drenched now.
So he's making like kind of a, I'm so sorry.
Echo's holding back laughter. He's like,
Oops.
The ghost throws the bat to the ground, like hitting one of the dudes in the gut. Just like frustrated, Lily has him throw it down.
But yeah, you guys clear out all of the robots in the area, and you guys look around for a second, and things are getting under control, and you're like, okay, that feels like that was it. There's nothing else really going on, but at that, the ground begins to shake beneath your feet, as a large shadow washes over Gravitas and Echo in the middle.
it's the croc.
God
and
damn it.
You guys
Dear.
see
Pathfinder. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
a large robot has seemingly leapt over across through the air, and it smashes into the clearing on the other side of you guys. It stands up and turns towards you, making a low, mechanical whirring sound. And it doesn't seem to be acting like the other robots have been. It is acting mechanical, so you can assume that in this simulation it is meant to be a giant robot. It stands tall and then charges towards the both of you. So I want both of you to take a powerful blow.
How do I roll for that again?
Roll the conditions button. Let's see how you guys take this.
Well,
What
is burn?
You rolled burn. There's a button for this.
It's like above all your conditions. It's
Yeah,
just the thing that says conditions.
Yeah.
Oh. She can't hear.
Nicole? Oh. Give me a sec. Okay. What did we get here for... Oh, press the conditions button in your conditions area on the right of your sheet, Nicole.
Okay.
Yeah, not under burns and flares.
Under burn and flares, it had conditions marked, so that was the
Under-
first thing I saw, and I just pressed that.
Yeah, under conditions, you can see where it says take a powerful blow. So just, remember it's up here in the top right. But
simple
okay,
hits.
yeah, the robot crash lands in front of you. You guys kind of stumble back, surprised by this, and it charges towards both of you and hits both of you. So what does this mean? Let's see. You can both choose to do one of these. You can either lash out verbally to provoke a teammate to foolhardy action, or take advantage of your influence to inflict a condition on them. You can give ground to your to give your opposition an opportunity, or you struggle past the pain and mark 2 conditions. So what do you guys want to do?
I'm gonna give ground. I can't mark 2 conditions.
Okay, so you give ground. Echo, what about you?
Back up.
Thinking. What were they again, sir?
If you open up the basic moves PDF from the mechanics chat, you can check the pinned messages. Undertake a powerful blow. We're on the 7 to 9 list, and you just choose one.
So when you say give him ground, what does that mean?
They get an opportunity. So basically, he's knocking you on your ass, and he's going to try to hit you again.
Okay, yeah, I'll give him ground too.
Okay, yeah. He smashes into both of you guys, and basically charges towards you and knocks you both away with his forearms. You go flying into this car, gravitas, you fall on your ass next to him, and then the robot is going to jump in the air, smash down again, and punch into both of you. And this hurts. This is like the first bout of combat that it's like, oh shit, this thing's like trying to hurt us. So you both take a pretty heavy hit from this, as it is taking the opportunity to corner both of you. Joey and Lily, you guys hear the crash and you see this happening in the distance. What do you two want to do?
It's gonna be immediate for Joey to be like, hop on! And transform once again. She's gonna probably run, like, going past these guys here, and transform into it for Lily to immediately hop on.
Yeah, you jump over the guys and transform mid-air as Lily, like, grabs your hand and hops on the bike.
Yeah, and
as Lily hops on, she's gonna vocalize, like, first chance we get, I expect a towel delivered to me.
Let's just hope that the wind in your hair does the trick, and she's gonna go fast.
Oh, God.
Yeah,
It's not gonna dry right.
So, Joey, you get about here, and you're driving Lily in. Lily, what do you want to do?
This is a good question, because I do not have metal destroying powers.
Crazy enough, you're feeling pretty weird and pretty cursed right now.
I know. Hang on. Sorry. What does the word technopathy mean?
Control of technology.
Okay.
It's literally the villain from Sky High. You know how she's like, I can control technology with my mind.
I have not seen Sky
So
High
Kirby
in like a
essentially.
decade. Yeah, Kirby.
Sorry.
Okay. Then yeah, as Lily is it's just growingly more and more angry, because it's like every single time something seems really cool that she does, there is an immediate punchline that embarrasses her to follow it up. And now feeling this sudden, after that weird moment with the vision, and now feeling this swelling, cursed kind of feeling in her. I think even without her intentionally meaning to, I'm going to use the infinite powers doom sign, which lets me mark my doom track to use an ability from any playbook one time. And one of the abilities in the transformed playbook is technopathy. So I'm just going to try to like do whatever I can to like fuck up the internals of this robot. Like Lily's eyes glow, and there's like I don't know, like what's the word I'm looking for? Like circuit board kind of like hard angular lines coming from her eyes, like across her face, as she is like speaking now to the robot to command it like she would her spirits.
Yeah,
and she is telling it to punch itself in the face as hard as it can.
You feel an unearthly power coursing through you as you're just reaching in almost like you're sort of reaching ethereal hands into this robot and like pulling its strings, and you're issuing your commands to it, somehow issuing ghostly orders to technology, but it seems to work, at least to an extent. What I want you to do for this is, let's see.
Could I make a suggestion?
Mm-hmm.
Because I think it's supposed to be freak because I'm basically just unleashing my powers.
Yeah.
But since I am
track.
wording it like the spirits thing, could I roll my spirits thing?
Yeah, roll your spirits thing. You're getting the action for free because you marked your doom track for it, but we're gonna see how it like rolls out with this roll.
All right, and after all that, okay. I was expecting a miss because I think that would have been funny.
+1 because I'm helping you though.
Yo.
Okay, and the other two, if you want to say that you guys are helping them by being a distraction, you can.
They kind of are because they're getting beat up.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So you get a 10.
Can't really help but distract.
Oh, good 10.
Yeah. You guys have 4 team points left to keep track. But yes, you reach in and you're able to command it almost as if you're commanding your spirits, and who knows, maybe you are like sending a spirit in there and having it sort of manipulate this thing somehow. But what is your command to it?
I want it to like back up off of them and like hit itself, like do as much damage to itself as it can. Just like punch itself in the face.
Yeah. It rears its fist back to go and like slam down into Echo into this car. But it starts like glitching out and stumbling back almost as if a virus has entered its system, and it starts pounding itself on the head. Basically, like, you've commanded it to do this, but it almost looks like it's trying to fight whatever's in it out of it because it's hitting itself. So you're commanding it to do this standing on the back of Joey. Echo, there's an opportunity here for you.
I was thinking, and you're gonna think this is silly. Echo's he's groaning. There's a car behind him.
Okay.
Can I use the alien tech power to make the car go forward and like crush into it?
You could even do things that are more creative and weird than that. So yes, you can do that. You can do whatever you want. Really, as long as you succeed.
Let me think about this. So it's currently punching itself in the face, right?
Yeah, it's like pounding itself on the top of the head, trying to get whatever's in it out. At least that's what it looks like.
Ethan, I'm gonna do the thing. I'm gonna use I hate calling the cavalry.
Oh boy, yeah, let's do it. Let's call it cavalry, boys. We know we love it. Where are you calling?
I'm gonna call in the one. We're calling in the big. It's time to rock on.
Is it time to rock on? Like you mean like fire and brimstone rock on?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Let's go.
No. Like I mean, like the big.
Oh
boy.
no. Okay. All right. I got you.
Okay.
We're gonna rock on. I get it. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, roll to call the cavalry for me. There we go. Okay, that could have been way
horrible.
Different. All right.
Yeah.
So with a full hit on I hate calling the cavalry. Let's see. Yeah, no conditions with this. So you open up a portal to your home world in the desert. And you're trying to call forward something to help you. And you know what it is you're trying to call. You're trying to call something to fight for you on your behalf. So, out from the portal pops this guy. And let me reveal some things for you guys. Let's see. I'm gonna add the creature that you summoned last time to everyone's journals. And
I can't wait to shit talk it.
Oh.
let me edit this. I know why I can't now. If it's only in one person's journal and I try to show it to everybody, it won't let me. Bam. Echo pulls out a Magitech golem from another dimension, and it, stomps out of this thing, and it looks a little small at first. Let's make it a bit bigger. That makes sense. Not quite as big as the robot, but it's definitely bigger than a person. It's like getting close to that size as it stomps out of this portal and is kind of like wondering where it is before you snap your fingers and command Spark to jump into it and take control. So you pull out this golem, Gravitas. How do you react with your moment of free time?
I increase the gravity on the robot so it's stuck in place.
Sure.
Okay, let me roll.
Okay.
I need to roll for that.
You just rolled freak, which is correct. So let's see.
7 would make it a normal hit, right?
Yes.
I would like to spend one since I'm already doing the thing to
True.
distract it so hard.
All right.
It's like fucking with it's hard to move itself anyway.
True. All right. Then you guys have 3 points left. Because of Lily's distraction, it's not moving around. You're like, okay. You're thinking to yourself like, calm down, Alex. You've got a moment. Do the job, and you activate your gravity powers and force this thing down into the ground to where now its arms are like trying to reach up to its head, but it's just like grabbing its own shoulders, basically, unable to reach its head to keep hitting itself, and you are now able to hold it in place. With a 7 and unleash your powers, it's temporary, I'll say, unless you want to mark a condition.
Yeah, it can be temporary. I'm not going to mark another condition.
Okay. So yeah, you guys can see that Gravitas is holding this robot in place now that, Lily, you're kind of like leaving its mind for a second. Obviously, you can continue to issue commands later if you so choose, by rolling the roll we had you do before to initiate new orders.
Infinite powers only lasts for 1 turn.
Oh, it does? Oh, okay. Thank you for that. But yeah, so your influence over it leaves it, thankfully, in time for Gravitas to slam it down in place.
Well, it says 1 time. So I don't know if you would count I'm fine with it being 1 turn, but it doesn't specifically say 1 turn. I was wrong.
Okay. Yeah, just to go with the narrative of what's going on. You issue the command, you have it smack itself around to get off of them, and Gravitas is able to slam gravity down on it, keeping it in place. Your influence over it leaves, giving you a sort of moment to be like, whoa, I just told it to do that. I didn't know I could do that. But you guys can see that even though Gravitas is holding this giant robot here, even this is sort of like a struggle for her, and it seems like she's only going to have it for a moment. So before I give you the chance to attack with your Golem Echo, I want to give Joey an action. Joey, you pulled up and you saw everybody's kind of like preparing to wail on this thing. What do you want to do? What are you up to?
So seeing that the robot is being held down and that this golem is about to probably crash into the front of it, Joey's gonna kind of say to Lily, you might want to hop off for this one.
Okay.
And kind of as soon as she hops off, basically, it's gonna be kind of like a small transformation back into Joey again.
Mm-hmm.
Except as she's looking up at this towering creature, I kind of am, because I've been thinking during as soon as the robot showed up, she drove up to fight it, but then she never necessarily made an attack, and it's probably because she's been fighting droids this whole time, and then some of them disappeared. She knows she's in a simulation, but then she's yes, the traditional evil robot. I see. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
She's a little bit insecure right now.
Okay.
In this moment, kind of seeing her own. It's kind of seeing herself almost in a different light. And I want to use a mind of your own to mark insecure.
Okay.
And she is forming a giant drill out of both of her hands.
Okay. Cool. Yeah,
She is also kind of growing these things out of her legs to kind of like ground herself into the street.
Okay.
And she's just holding up this drill basically in preparation basically for the robot to just fall on top of her.
Okay, cool. Yeah, you're prepping and setting up. And you're ready to drill into this thing.
And become a drill.
Yeah. Echo. You see Joey's drill is the drill that's going to pierce the heavens, and you see that Gravitas is holding this robot down, but seemingly only can for a short time. And you've got your golem. What do you want to do?
He's gonna go to get Spark to shove because I assume they're holding it at like an angle. He's gonna ask Spark to go shove make the golem shove the robot into the drill.
All right.
And hold it there.
Yeah, roll to directly engage a threat. Obviously, this is for your golem and not you. Just, same stats, but the effects will be on the golem.
We add team points.
Yes, you can.
I have a hilarious way to add team pool if needed.
Okay.
All right, let's see what we get first.
Let's see.
I'm fishing for that kapow.
Okay, we have a 7. You guys have 3 points left.
Oh, we'd have to spend all 3 to make it a 10, huh?
Mm-hmm. You don't have to.
Might be worth it. Might be worth it.
Totally do it. I kinda want to.
This is the last fight. Hopefully.
It said final level before.
I feel like it'd be funny if it was like the last 3 points is like it looks like they're not gonna fall over, and then a single like ghostly hand comes up and just trips like like you know what I mean? And
It pokes
boom,
its
it's
nose, like flicks it.
Yeah,
If we
the
want to
drill
spend the
goes
pool,
right through the screen.
if we want to spend our last 3, I'm down. I'll
I'm
throw
down
in.
too, honestly.
Okay.
Nicole.
Gotta be unanimous.
You want to do it?
do
Nicole? Yeah? Okay.
Awesome. Let's do it.
I have my ghosts. I tell as I hop off and I see what's about to happen. I have my ghosts just like bundle up against the back of his legs to like all together like a mass of people tabletop the thing.
We are flipping him.
All right. So yeah, everybody's helping you out as you send your golem into the giant robot Echo. Your golem charges forward, and how do you attack this thing? You knocking it over? You giving it a good crack in the face? What are you doing?
He's like doing like a falcon punch. He's like reeling back and he's gonna go fucking.
Even like
jacket.
Jumps up in the air and slams your fist into it. And you
absolutely.
You command Spark to do a jumping falcon punch into this thing. The golem punches the robot very hard, and you got a 10, so you get to choose 2 from the directly engage a threat list. So what 2 do you want? You can resist or avoid their blows, take something from them, create an opportunity, or impress, surprise, or frighten the opposition.
Would resisting or avoiding the blows count? Like if he doesn't, does the robot hit Echo or does the robot hit the golem?
The golem.
Okay.
I'm going to
sack the golem.
Can I take a part of its body?
I will also say, take something from them can mean their balance.
I'll take its balance, and I'm gonna impress people.
Okay,
Hell yeah.
So once again, if anybody happens to be watching, this looks really impressive right now. As you take the balance with your punch into its head, it gets tabletopped by the ghosts, the gravity continues to push it harder and harder, and it falls down onto Joey's prepared drill. So, one crack across the head for the robot, and it wigs out. It falls onto Joey's drill and gets drilled in the back. You guys hear Joey cutting through the metal in the back, as it just tumbles and flies over Joey all the way over here as you're like drilling it and throwing it off to the side.
Yes!
The golem like landing over here after the punch. And you all like have your eyes on it as this robot is severely fucked up, and it seems like it's on its hind legs, surprisingly. This thing is huge. But it stands up, and it seems like it's like one good hit away from being completely knocked out. In reaction to this massive hit that just happened to it, which again, I cannot stress how big that hit was, it is going to, let's see. Let's see.
We just successfully did a combo move with everyone. I
You
just want to
did.
say that.
And
And that
that's-
was really good.
And it was very impressive.
was really good.
It is going to stand back up, rear its fists into the air, and slam them down into the ground. Joey and Lily, you guys, and the golem actually, all find the ground beneath you cracking and falling, and you guys fall not crazy far, but enough that there is a giant crater in the area, and you fall into what is a small simulated sewer space.
Oh gosh.
And it creates a big crater that it falls down into with you. Just seemingly like going ballistic, just punching the ground to destroy it. And you guys, at the back watch as the concrete falls and creates this crater in the street with water, not like spraying you guys, but kind of pouring into this crater and making a puddle towards the very bottom. You guys pick yourselves up and get yourselves stabilized as the robot stands up. And after that reaction, is going to charge towards the two of you, just desperately trying to get one more hit out. And after being knocked into this pit, it had you on, uneasy ground, so I want you both to roll to take a powerful blow.
Got it. Oh boy, here we go.
Oh, no! Okay.
Ooh, yeah.
Wow. Okay, so...
Pow on that.
From the Take a Powerful Blow list, just
Yep, I'm looking.
Tell me what you guys want.
Alright.
Let's see, from Joey first, what do you think you're wanting with that kapow? Which is just, a 10 plus, one of those options being you can choose 2 from the 7 to 9 list.
So, I am trying to think of being true to Joey.
Mm-hmm.
I also want to ask if my action from taking a powerful blow also coincides with something to clear a condition. Will it?
It depends on what it is.
So, I am considering choosing the remove yourself from the situation.
No, that would not count.
For afraid?
No,
Running from something difficult?
No, because this is, you have to choose to run away from something difficult. That would be like you're kind of just doing it in fear or from direct response of getting hit. So it would not count as the same thing.
Okay, got it. Honestly, what I'm going to go with then is, I'm gonna have her lose control of her powers in a terrible way.
God, I was hoping you would say that. Okay. Yeah. So Lily, what do you want for your 8?
I'm gonna lash out verbally because I think that would fit with what Joey's gonna do then.
Makes sense. All right.
As we're getting hit and we're like sunken down in a fucking hole. Could we actually? Okay, I'm not wanting to do this, but for the future, could I yell at a golem? Is he our teammate in this instance?
I'm gonna say no, but I like where your thoughts are.
But yeah, as we're getting like slammed back by this robot, Lily's just gonna like shout to Joey and just say like, shit like this is why we're on the bottom half of the leaderboard. Come on, we gotta do something already.
Ooh. Alright, yeah, you call out as this thing, because, so what happens is, this robot charges into you, and it slams its arm into you guys. The golem is back here, ready to attack, but not able to get in the way in time. Lily, you get slammed into this side of the crater. Joey, you get, slammed into the golem, so you're still close by, and Lily lashes out at you. She's like, this is why we're in the bottom half of the leaderboard. Come on, you gotta step it up. And at this, you feel like something's kind of clicking. You've been evolving and changing all day trying to fix these situations that you guys are in, and you've taken a pretty hefty amount of damage, but as you're staring at this robot, you feel like you're about to lose control.
I imagine that Joey's thruster is kind of like hanging off on one side. And the drill kind of almost looks too big for like her arms that are like connected to it.
Mm-hmm.
Are you choosing how I lose control, or am I?
We can work on it together. What do you want to do to lose control? What do you think that would be quantified as?
As unfortunate as this sounds, I think that because the weapon that's on her is the drill, I think she would go to throw it.
Okay.
I don't know exactly what that would result in. I just know she has like an active drill and she has this thing in front of her and she's gonna try to like throw it directly in front of her like with a swing. Try to send this like active drill right through the robot. That's kind of what she's gonna try to do at least.
Okay, then here's what happens.
And she would yell as she does it, like in response to Lily, basically. She just like screams out and tosses this drill off of her arm.
Here's what happens. You've been evolving and changing all day. Your body feels unstable. It's rapidly trying to fix these damages that have happened to it. It's trying to keep this new weapon together. There's like recent memory of these new abilities you've been creating, and it all kind of comes to a head. You guys all watch as Joey transforms not into a vehicle, but it sort of resembles a tank almost, as the drill takes the primary position in place of a cannon. You like lock down into the ground using your walls from before to plate the sides of your body, and you become this massive, monstrous machine as you whip the drill down towards the robot, and with a big blast of water, launch this drill into the robot. And it knocks the robot back through the crater and into the street. And you guys watch as this hyper, like, water-powered drill blasts the robot all the way down the street and destroys all of the road and asphalt in its way as it drills a hole in this robot and causes a massive massive explosion, rather, which causes destruction down the way. And after the smoke clears, Joey, your body reassembles itself into its normal form. You fall to the ground, semi-conscious, and you all look as what looks like a giant laser has been blasted down the road, destroying everything in its path.
Lily just simply shouting at Joey and then seeing that happen is definitely a little surprised. Like, all right, yeah, I mean, that's what I'm talking about.
With that, you guys get a ping on your handbooks, and you look at it, and it says, clear! And you hear this, you look down in the pit, and you see unconscious Joey. You look back to the giant, like, stretch of road that Joey completely destroyed, and you're like, yeah!
Echo's like, what the fuck?
Lily's into it, she doesn't give a shit.
And yeah,
I hit a guy with a car.
After this happens, the crater that you guys are in, like, basically seems to rewind in time and brings you guys up to a fixed version of the road.
Oh.
Is Joey unconscious right now?
Joey is semi-conscious. Joey, your body just went out of control, which also kind of means your mind went out of control for a second. You almost feel like, you're like, I didn't do that, but I did. You're not quite sure what happened just then. It almost felt like you weren't in control of yourself. But yeah, the golem stands behind you guys and just, like, gently pats both of you.
What happened?
You went fucking crazy and it owned.
What?
Echo shoots Lily a look like,
what? It owned.
She didn't go well, a little. But
She turned into a tank and shot a drill so hard it destroyed a whole block of a street. Like, that owns.
It kind of like covers her face for a second.
Oh, I've been trying to work on some new things for myself, but didn't know I was capable of doing that.
It was awesome.
He's like looking at the already fixed like streetway basically, and it's just like, that's crazy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're not quite sure how to feel about that for a number of reasons. Yeah, you guys are you guys are standing around Joey, kind of checking on how she's doing, and you hear You hear the sound of hands clapping in the distance as you look over and light pulls together and forms a hologram of Nightwalker as he walks up towards you guys. And he just says, "Good work. You've completed today's practice course. I'll go over your performances, and each of your individual scores will be calculated and added to the leaderboard within 24 hours."
Yeah, I would hope so.
And he looks to you, Joey, just kind of gives you a level look for a minute to see what you're thinking right now.
Were we the first ones done?
No. But you did finish in 3rd place, if this was a race.
Which it wasn't,
At least
right?
it wasn't a race.
It was not a race, no.
A couple like sparks fly from Joey's what you would call, I guess, ear.
Nightwalker gives a little sigh and just says, "I'll call the mechanic to come and fix you up, Joey."
Yeah, that works. Great, thanks.
Is Olivia Grimrot's team done?
He nods and says, "Yes, both teams 1 and 2 have finished already. Team 4 is still in the middle of their final practice test."
Is Team 4 the
Feel
team
like-
with Mirage?
Yes, it is.
Oof. Imagine taking that long.
Joey would giggle at that too.
Yeah, if nobody has any other questions for Nightwalker, then he would seem like he's kind of preparing to go.
He said our score would be posted tomorrow. Is that what he said?
Within 24 hours.
Okay. Got it.
Yeah. So at that, he turns around and just says, "That concludes all of our activities for the day. Remember to practice the techniques we went over in homeroom before Wednesday. Have a good evening." And at that, the hologram disappears as he walks off. Your handbooks ping you with directions to the exit, which is much closer than you would have thought.
Oh, last little ride in the Jeep?
Yeah, for sure. This thing can't come. She points to the golem. It smells
go
like
look at-
mold.
That guy looks at the golem and he smiles. He's like, "What? He could ride on a roof."
No, you cannot.
Yeah, he could.
No, you cannot.
Joey, you're
I'm
Yes,
feeling...
I
super
need,
cute.
like,
Joey, after that transformation you just did, you're actually feeling a little too stressed to turn into a Jeep at the moment. You're worried you might blow up if you do that.
Yeah, I was just going to say she would be like,
or maybe like a big minivan.
and like as she says it, like more sparks just like fly out of her thruster real fast, and that final wire that was like holding one of them on just like breaks and it falls onto the street.
Oh shit.
You might need that. Echo looks at the golem and is like, "Hey,
Picks it up like a baby.
he could give us a lift there."
Yeah, alright.
Are you sure you can't even manage a bike, Joey? She looks not
Don't.
thrilled at the idea of riding on the golem.
She's
Don't be
holding
that
the
way.
thruster like a baby in her arms right now.
I mean, I guess I could be like, there's like, I don't even know. Maybe I don't know if a dirt bike would be safe. I
You
couldn't
guys-
really be balanced.
You guys do also notice that the exit is close enough that it's basically just a walk down the road.
It's like right here, and we're
Lily
just
would
like
still like to be taken there.
Yeah.
Lily just also wants to be carried like a baby.
Echo leans down and whispers to the golem, aka Spark, to just pick up Lily and carry her there.
Nope.
Still gonna
Don't
try.
worry. You know what? I got it. I'll fly there, and I climb into the arms of one of my ghosts and have them carry me.
And you guys watch as she very slowly drifts through the air.
Just bridal style. Like,
Can Echo pull down his goggles and look to see if he notices something as she's...
You pull down your goggles to look around, but you don't see anything crazy.
Oh, well, I'm gonna walk on the golem. Anyone want to lift?
I'm fine. I can walk.
Okay.
Actually, I could just do a little skatey skate.
and she's just gonna do a little skate on her roller skates.
Okay. Yeah. Well, with that, Joey kind of wheels around as if riding on a pair of broken Heelys. Gravitas, you might be able to float around like Lily is. And Echo, you're just sitting on the back of your golem. And eventually you guys make it out of the dome once again. Let me move you guys back to the start here. Here we are. I'll get this set up for us. But yeah, you guys make your way to the exit of the dome. You make your way out, getting back on your feet, saying goodbye to your golem friend, sending it back home where it belongs. Spark comes back to you. And you as you come outside, you kind of see a few of the other students that have stuck around. Olivia and Triff have both stayed nearby, waiting for you to get out, Lily. And they start, being like, "Oh man,
oh, we saw what you were doing. You looked very cool."
Oh, hell yeah.
And so they're just raving on.
Which parts?
they mention everything that happened. It seemed like Triffany saw like bits and pieces of what went on, but Olivia was watching you pretty intently, and she basically seems to be fawning over you. She thinks you were so cool.
Hell yeah. And I was.
You guys also see as you come out that Nelson is standing here, and he's in his ant costume, basically still colony man. And he walks over to the other three people in the group, and he's like, "Oh, you guys were doing excellent today. Clearly some skilled individuals in your group."
Oh, well, thanks, Nelson.
And
Thanks,
Nelson.
I do have to ask, Joey, what was that thing you did at the end? That was kind of crazy.
Oh, I don't know, just a little bit of robot stuff.
Well, you should be more careful next time. You could have destroyed an entire city street full of people. That would be very dangerous if this weren't a simulation.
Yeah, that's true.
But you guys did an excellent job. Echo and Gravitas, right, is your hero name?
That's right.
Yes, you two did wonderfully. I was very impressed by your team attack. Throwing these robots, the flying drones into a vortex. Very, very impressive.
Thank you. That's high praise from you.
He kind of rubs the back of his head and he was like, "Oh, I got complimented back." He's very happy about that.
Where's Gabe?
Oh, well, our team was the first to finish. We did see Gabe come out with the rest of his team, but he just sort of left without looking at anyone. I don't really know where he headed off to.
Okay, just making sure. I wanted to compliment his outfit.
Oh, well, he might still, he's probably still on school grounds. I don't know if he's headed back to his dorm yet. Maybe you'll catch him if you go by the classroom?
Nah, it's fine. I can talk to him later. He has a smug smile about himself.
He shrugs to himself, and he just says, "I'm going to wait here for Team 4 to finish, but you guys are free to go on ahead if you wish." And he moves off to the side and goes to wait for Team 4, which seems like they're doing their own thing, almost like it's a side B to this session that's going to happen at a different point in time.
That's funny.
Can I look on the device so I can see what Team 4 is up to?
I don't think we know because it's gonna be the session that
Joey,
you can tune in.
You can tune in to session 3.5 to watch exactly what they're doing.
So that's literally next session.
That's going to be their in-between session before session 4 happens.
Yeah, since Kaiji
okay.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, you see they're in the middle of their final battle right now.
Got it. Might be.
Mm-hmm. No, you're all
And lo and behold, Terry's dead.
He died. Crazy.
Wild.
But yeah, after having the few students that remained that were kind of waiting for some of you guys. Oh, actually, Evan is also here. And he kind of comes up to you, Alex, and just says, "Hey, that was some pretty impressive stuff out there today."
You too. I have to stay on my game.
Yeah, I bet you do. I mean, you guys finished in 3rd place today, and he kind of like rubs the back of his head and is like, our team finished first.
Touche.
And
Joey would walk past this conversation, but just give the offhand comment of, "Too bad it's not a race."
he's like, hey, we still finished first. He seemed, he's being lighthearted about it, but he's loving giving you guys the jabs.
Yeah.
Echo rolls his eyes and goes over to help Joey, kind of offer help in case he can fix something.
Coddling this thruster baby, basically. She's like, "I'm just gonna go check up on Aiden."
Okay. Yeah, and you help Joey and you go off on your merry way. Alex, do you want to stick around and talk to Evan and Nelson for a bit, or do you also just want to head out, go do anything specific?
I'm just gonna head out.
Okay.
Probably gonna keep an eye on Joey for a little bit.
Okay.
I got the team support right now.
Mm-hmm.
Love you, Joey.
Yeah, so you 3 are kind of heading off in a group. Joey's wanting to go check on Aiden, and you 2 are like, oh, we'll keep an eye on you until we get you to that, like, mechanic or whatever that was mentioned. Lily, do you want to stay with the girls? Do you want to find anybody specific to talk to? You're basically free to do whatever you want.
I guess if she saw what was her team going somewhere, she would probably go with, but she would also invite Olivia and Triff to come along.
Okay.
Because they of course are my right and left hand.
Mm-hmm.
And also Lily would real quick mention to Olivia, hey, I didn't see what you did in that last bit because we were like fighting a big robot and shit, so I don't know what you guys did, but I saw you during the second stretch. You're doing some good stuff out there with your whole power stuff. Sick to see.
Thank you. I don't really like to use it, but if I can help.
What? It seems pretty good when you do use it.
Oh, it's just that it really hurts when I use it.
Oh, well, okay.
It's like,
he feels like, okay, well, that is not good.
it's like, okay, even worse.
Oh no.
Yeah, so you guys walk on, and basically just as a big group, you're like, hey, you know what? Yeah, let's go check on Aiden. Why not? We'll stick in a little party for today. So let me prepare this next little scene for you guys.
When Lily realizes Aiden is who we're going to visit, she does groan, but she continues to follow.
Lily, you notice Echo giving you like sideways glances as they walked.
Lily's pretending to not notice.
Like, it's very obvious at this point, like, that Joey has a minor crush on Aiden.
That's what you were talking about. I thought you meant like, it's so obvious that you're looking at her, Echo.
No, oh my god.
Yeah, no, you're slightly damaged. You've got one thruster off, a few, like, chinks in your armor, basically. But yeah, you guys go on in, 2 groups, basically traveling together. And you make your way, you're kind of walking around, and you like find Robert in one of the hallways, and you're like, hey, do you know where Aiden went? Or no, you don't find Robert. Robert's in the 4th test still, so it makes this hard. You find, who's not in that last test? You find
Aiden doesn't
Maya.
have any.
You find Maya.
Okay.
Because Maya's one of the people that left. You kind of find her, and she's at her locker, just sort of like getting her things. And you're like, hey, did you see Aiden anywhere? And she's like, oh yeah, he headed back to the classroom for some reason.
What a nerd. Okay, let's go find him.
She's like, cool. And then she keeps messing with her stuff.
You want to come with us?
Why?
'Cause we're just all hanging out. I mean, we just got done with that practice round. Figured we could all get together.
Oh.
At least before I have to go to the mechanic.
Oh yeah, you do look pretty banged up.
She kind of like, hold on, actually. Can I use my not from around here quirk create the opportunity for Maya to feel like she needs to hang out with us.
Sure, why not?
Wow.
So that she feels bad because I'm all busted up and I'm like, come on, come hang with us, please. And
Sure. Sure.
yes.
Yeah, roll
Awesome.
roll that for me. Yeah. All right. What is a hit? Are you choosing from a list or?
Yeah, so it's literally, it says, here, hold on. From around here, when I act clueless, goofy, or confused to get out of any kind of mundane situation, roll plus freak. On a hit, I create an opportunity.
Okay.
Distraction.
All right. Yeah. So you're just like, you're so innocent and you're so beat up and you're like, yeah.
Yeah, and I can feel
well-
the weight of being kind of like a clown. Like, I can tell that people are looking at me right now as I say this also, from my role.
And you're like, oh, do I sound like a loser? And Maya's just sort of looking at you and she's like, yeah, sure, let me just grab my things and I'll come with you guys. She seems confused as to why you asked her, but it doesn't seem like she doesn't want to be with you. It's like, oh, I don't talk to you guys, but okay. Yeah, you get her to come along with you.
Yay!
As you all
Okay,
head to the
great.
classroom. And you guys end up here.
All right,
Yeah.
I'm leading a parade. Let's go.
Yeah, you guys walk, and Joey, you're able to walk on your own, but you're just clearly visibly damaged, and everyone's like just kind of trying to keep an eye on you. And
Yeah,
as
what
you
are
guys
you
are
doing in here?
well, as you guys are walking in, Alex, you're walking in next to Maya, and she's just like, "What happened to her?"
Our training got a little intense.
Oh, that sucks. She just kind of stays over here as you guys walk in. And yeah, you come in and you're like, Aiden, what are you doing? And you all start piling in, and he looks up, he's like, oh, thank goodness, everyone else is here. I was really early, I guess.
Early for what?
We're still doing class, right?
Well, yeah, but I mean, a lot of. Well, wait, aren't we? I thought we were waiting for
No,
the last team to get out.
Maya just says,
Classes.
yeah, Maya just says like class is over.
Yeah, we're waiting on Team 4 to be done.
Oh.
When do you think class ends?
I don't really know. I can't really use the handbook. I just kind of
Did you do this all last week?
Uh,
How long did you sit in here?
I usually sit in here until Nightwalker comes in and tells me to go away.
Oh my
That's
gosh,
absurd.
Aiden. Okay,
So,
from now on, whenever we are done with the last period that's on the schedule, and Joey's gonna like hold up her schedule.
Oh,
Whenever we're done with these last periods, you just meet me at my locker, okay?
oh, okay. He kind of like looks over the class schedule, and he sees that it's supposed to end at like 3:05. He's like, okay, when's 3:05?
She's gonna like. Is
How
there?
to read a clock?
No.
No. This is why I need my clubs. This is why I need to have the club. Okay, do you see that clock on the wall?
Yeah. I don't know what any of it means. There are a lot of lines.
So see the
there.
littler line, the smaller one.
Yeah.
You see how, that's the hand. So the small hand's on the 3.
Uh-huh.
You come meet me at my locker.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can do that. But what if I'm not near a clock? When that happens, what happens?
Like, look to everyone else in the group, like, somebody help me, because I actually am struggling.
There's
I
usually a clock
have an
somewhere.
inner clock. I always know the time.
He's like, oh, okay. If I just look really hard, I'll probably find a clock.
And I think they sell like waterproof clock, like wrist watches.
Oh, I don't
I know,
have
I don't
money.
think you can wear one. Yeah, I don't think you can wear one.
No,
You could just hold it inside of them.
Yeah, I could keep it in my body if it's waterproof. I just don't have money. And they don't really like buying things for me.
That's insane. Okay, whatever. I don't care.
Okay, so I have to go to a mechanic probably towards the end of the day, but until then, where should we hang out here on campus?
Are you asking him or are you just asking the group?
I'm asking the whole group. Like, now that the group is together, Joey's basically like, I feel like poo-poo, need to sit down, where we go. So she wants to hang out with her friends, but she also is like, she's trying to make a group plan, you know what I mean? She's not trying to be just like, let's go, because she's kind of feeling poopy.
Olivia just is like, well, since we're in the classroom, we could just sit here. And she's kind of cut off, not on purpose, but just sort of by Triffany being like, oh, the campus has excellent parks we could go sit at.
What do you guys think?
I do my best to
Actually-
spend as little time here outside of class as I can.
Joey.
Yeah?
I have a potential clubhouse we could use.
Really?
Yes.
What do you mean?
And he kind of jogs over to the board, and he opens a portal to his home, Ethan.
Oh, his home? That's an excellent opportunity to show off your house.
Yeah!
Yeah, alright. Yeah, he opens a portal, and you guys see a portal to the inside of what looks like a rusty shack in the desert.
Let's pile in!
Cool. Wow.
Yeah.
So you were talking about a park trip?
Triffany, as you look over and say that, Triffany says, oh, what is this place? I've never seen it before.
Oh, man.
I guess Miles steps to the side and he waves people through if they want to go in.
Triffany excitedly jogs through because she's like, she it's like a moth drawn to a flame. She's so excited. Aiden comes forward and just looks to you, Joey, and seems intent on following you.
Joey's gonna put her hand out, and she's gonna make a tiny shield around her hand. And take Aiden's hand. Let's go.
Aiden's like, oh, okay. And like
Go through!
your hand goes through Aiden's, and he's like,
Yeah.
oh, wait, oh. And he like wraps his water around your
I
little
love she
shield.
makes her hand literally look like a me hand. You know, it's just like a circle, basically.
And he kind of like
Circle.
tries to like wrap his water hand around it. He's like, oh, I don't know if I can really give you my hand, but you can.
Let's just go!
Okay, haha. You guys go through.
Yeah.
Olivia just looks to you, Lily.
Yeah, Lily was gonna look to Olivia like, well, Triff went in there, so I guess we gotta, huh?
She's like, I'm okay with going wherever you're going.
Okay.
Let's explore the shack!
Olivia just seems intent on following you.
Yeah, Lily finds that level of devotion funny, but doesn't want to laugh too much at it.
Mm-hmm.
She will go through.
Okay. Yeah, alright. You all head through. And Echo, you're about to head through when you see Maya just like looking at the portal, and she's like, alright, have fun.
You take care of Maya. He kind of gives a small wave.
She just looks back. All of her snakes look at you, and she gives a wave as she's about to leave the classroom. The portal's still open. You guys can hear this happening.
You can.
Oh, we can?
Can you hear
Oh,
it?
I
Maya,
won't
you
reach
can-
out.
Maya,
I want
you
there to
can
be
come.
just. I want there to be yells from across the portal, like Maya, no!
Yeah, Lily, what do you say?
Well, because I want Maya to be in there, because I had a funny thing I wanted to say to her later, but Lily wouldn't care if she leaves.
Okay, yeah, so you hear, or Maya hears, Joey and Triffany excitedly being like, come on, Maya, and Aiden is like, yeah, come on, like, being like, oh, this is what we're doing now. And Maya just, like, looks at the portal and looks to you, Echo.
Just come on. He kind of gives a smile and like a nod if she wants to come in.
Okay. And she tentatively steps through.
Echo gives a little fist pump as he goes inside.
Okay. And you guys walk through. Let me move you guys here. So you guys pile through
His
the
little
portal.
home.
Yeah. You guys pile through the portal. and you exit into his little desert shack sort of thing. It's made of what looks like scrap metal, like a big scrap metal tent. So it's like, it's a building, but you can tell it was made by hand of people that aren't doing construction or whatever. You guys all pile out. Echo walks over to his little living room, dining room sort of set, and gestures and welcomes you all to his home.
Wowee. You can really smell the rust.
Oh, so where are we? That laugh is not reassuring.
Life is incredibly not reassuring.
Yeah, Echo, what's your answer? You're driving, buddy.
Oh god.
You're driving, buddy? What are you going to say to him?
Does he just not explain what this place is?
Echo kind of he frowns, but he's like,
My
listen,
Echo.
you have no idea what I've been through. We are.
Could you please just say where we are, or I want to leave, Maya says. You don't have guests often, do you?
Lily leans into the girls. Yo, if we want to bail, I
Ethan,
can
what's
get
the
us
name
out
of
of
the realm
here.
I'm dr-
Oh, you're in Magea.
Where is that exactly?
He couldn't take it.
Yeah, no, he couldn't take
He left. He couldn't take it.
The pressure. Oh my god.
For real, if we want to leave, I can get us out of here.
Triffany, as you say that, looks to you and says, "But look at all the cool little knickknacks on the desk." And Olivia just is quiet, but is just kind of watching you two talk.
What?
Oh, welcome back, Will.
My internet died there for a second.
You're
Fine.
That was
I
very
just-
funny.
Where is it's called
Medea or
Magea.
Megea?
Mhm.
Megea.
Medea.
Where is that?
It's complicated, Echo says with a chuckle. But it's
Well-
not a nice place, needless to say.
Maya just
Bring us
says,
here.
You might
Maya speaks up and says, "Oh," and she says that.
There's a dog in front of me.
Sorry.
uh,
Sorry.
Maya speaks up and just says, you jump through dimensions, right? So
Correct.
it's another dimension is the answer.
Yes, it actually is. Mostly other dimensions trash pile. I used to be a scavenger here. He says with a smile as he kicks up his feet.
Maya just
Or
says,
What kind of
Zero.
things did you scavenge? Sorry.
no, I was just going to
Yeah.
say that under her breath, Maya just says, "Oh, that's more sad than I thought the answer would be." And then Joey is like, "Oh, what'd you scavenge? What'd you get?"
Echo, there was a bit of a sadness there when she said that. He frowned, but he immediately picks up as Joey's curious and he gestures over to the table over there. Odds and ends pieces.
Joey would
Uh,
sit here and pat right here for Maya to sit down.
Maya kind of tentatively just sort of sits down and is messing with the snakes that are her hair.
Not always garbage.
Ethan, I have a question.
Yeah.
Because one of my powers is, since I use ghosts, it's just I'm always able to see and speak with ghosts that are around us. What would the ghosts here be like? And what would they be saying to me?
Oh,
Oh
that,
dear.
That's a question with an answer that's so heavy. Okay, give me a sec. I didn't.
I mean, because it's important because
No, yeah, it is.
they're drawn to me, so they would
Yes.
immediately be like, "Shit, there's someone we can interact with. Bother her."
Yeah, that okay, so yeah, give me just a sec. Let me play this.
I know it's nothing impressive, but I try to. Oh no.
So, Echo is going on and talking to others at the table. But Lily, you get this cold feeling about you again, and the sort of, again, the cold breath that comes out of your mouth as you feel the spirits around you. And you start feeling their emotions. You kind of see them out and about, scattered. And there's like a window that's carved into the metal wall that you're able to look out across the desert. And as you look outside, you're horrified. You see hundreds, if not thousands, of dead souls wandering around.
Jesus Christ.
There is an overwhelming feeling of dread and hopelessness here. And you get the feeling that these guys haven't gotten to move on or communicate in eons.
Where is the window you're talking about?
It'd be like along this wall here.
How long along the wall? Like just this stretch of it?
Yeah, basically.
Okay. Lily would immediately shuffle very quickly into this corner and hope that they do not see or detect her to come bother her.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, Echo, what are you saying to the others about their question to you?
He's just like, well, yeah, no, I scavenge here for stuff. I usually sell it. There's a wide array of creatures and people living here. It's kind of just all over the place, but it was a living before I, came to the school. He gives like a sheepish smile, kind of embarrassed.
Triffany flies over to you.
He notices Lily.
Triffany flies over to you as you look to Lily and sort of like gets in your face a little bit excitedly, and she says, "Oh, you are what they call the hunter-gatherer?"
Yeah, something kind of like that. If just surviving.
Oh, you have had one of the jobs. That is very impressive. I've never seen quite a place like this.
Thank you, Triff. And he kind of smiles and gives her a thumbs up. It's hard day by day, but I'm glad I'm at the school.
Is Olivia following Triffany? Is that what she's about to do?
No, Olivia actually saw you get in the corner and is coming over to you and is like, "Hey, are you okay?"
Lulu's like sweaty and pale, and would just kind of reach out and like grab onto Olivia's shoulder and like squeeze it for like the steadying factor. Like, nope, don't feel good. Just gonna stand here for a sec.
Oh, if you want to, and she kind of like, she gently tries to like reach towards you as if she's gonna like give you a reassuring shoulder tap, but then like her hand quickly comes back to her. Again, you can kind of tell now why it feels like she's maybe afraid to touch people. Even though her gloves are on, but she brings her hand back and says, "If you want, we can leave."
No, I'm cool. It's cool. I'm cool.
Okay. And she just sort of stands there with you, content to just sort of like be there for you. Back over at the group, Triffany is listening very intently, as is Aiden. They're both very interested to hear about what you do and are both equally unaware of the weight of what you're saying. They don't quite get it, but they're both like, "Whoa, that sounds cool," and you're like, "Yeah, sounds great."
Yeah, surviving day by day. Woo. He kind of just rubs the back of his head and he smiles and he goes, I know it's not much and it's kind of embarrassing. It's where I lived for quite a while.
Oh my, that is quite impressive. Yeah, this place seems really cool. And Maya is just like staring at the table, but all of the snakes on her head are looking at you.
Don't like that. He looks over to Joey. He's like, "So, are you doing okay? Like, I can try to do some repairs on you here if you want."
Oh, no. I think it's important that just wait for the mechanic. They know the tech better. They get kind of specific about
I
other
understand.
people
He
messing
looks
with
a No, he raises his hands. He surrenders. He looks over to Alex. He's like, "How are you doing after our big fight?"
I'm doing alright. I think that went about as well as could be expected for the first time.
Quick question.
We did good before.
We're in a different reality or dimension or whatever. So I'm guessing we do not have a connection to our cell phones.
No, you don't.
Typical form of
The worst part of all.
The worst part of all of this.
Want to say realizing this though would be the moment where Joey's like, "Wait a minute, how am I gonna get to the mechanic?"
Yeah, maybe
like,
we
hold
should
on, I'm
hang
just
out in
gonna
the
pull up-
classroom.
I'm gonna see if the mechanic messaged me though. Oh, I'm a dumbass.
Echo kind of pauses and looks at the lack of portal.
Yeah.
Kind of rubs his nose. He's like, "We can go home." And he kind of embarrassedly shuffles over.
Thank you for showing us
To the
this
wall.
place, though.
No, it's fine. And he kind of opens it up and steps to the side and gives a smile.
Alex gives like an encouraging smile as she walks by him to the portal.
He gives her a smile back, but he's a little embarrassed because it seems like they just wanted to go away real quick. So he's like, "Yeah, they're not impressed."
Yeah, everyone. So the reaction is like, Alex, you sort of get up first since it appeared. Joey is like, "Oh, I need to go to the mechanic. I should probably leave." Lily is like, "Yep, let's get out of here." And Olivia is, just kind of following her lead. Tiffany is like, "Oh, but we were having so much of the fun." But, she still follows behind. Aiden just like, again, fine to just sort of follow Joey as he's like, "Okay, this was fun." And Maya just sort of like looks at you, Echo, as everyone starts walking through the portal.
Lily would try to duck under the window when she has to pass it.
Yeah.
Echo notices this, kind of furrows his brow.
And,
Don't like sand?
She does not respond. She just moves.
Yeah, and they walk through the portal, and Maya stands up and walks forward and says, "Thanks for showing me your place."
Yeah. Kind of waves her off.
Yeah. Do you follow them or do you stay here?
Echo sighs and looks over his place. He just kind of nods to himself and shakes his head. And he kind of walks out into the portal.
Let's get back in here then, shall we?
Reality is off.
Was this your home? It was.
It was.
But yeah, you guys all pour out of the portal one by one, and eventually Echo walks through.
Nightcrawler.
What?
And Nightcrawler's there to give us shit because he's using power.
Yeah, you all pop out of the portal. The portal closes behind you, and Tiffany and Echo are just sort of talking to you for a minute, being like, "Oh, that was really cool. The place you live in is really cool. We want to go back sometime." And Maya is just sort of like looking at the group, and just kind of keen on staying over at the side with Olivia and Lily over here, and Joey and Alex. But Lily, now that you're out here, how you feeling?
Lily takes a deep breath and would let go of Olivia's shoulder, and just be like, "All right, cool, much better place. That place fucking sucked."
Echo, can Echo hear that?
Probably, yeah. I assume she's not trying to keep it to herself.
Echo looks over to Lily. He kind of gives her a sideways glance. He's like,
"Would you say I've hurt you?"
Yes.
Could I mark anger or mark coughing?
For
trash talking his home as soon as we step out of it?
Yeah, because you're
trash talking at the minute we walked in.
Yeah,
That's true.
Especially after like the tensity of that. Yeah, you're just letting off steam and you're just laying into him. Which Tiffany is like, "Oh, it was a very nice place. You do not feel so bad and so hard on yourself." And then,
He kind of just shrugged.
you guys hear the whizzing of the classroom door opening.
Oh.
As the janitor walks in with like a vacuum, and he goes, "Oh hey, sorry guys. Whoa, what happened to you?" And he looks at you, Joey, and you're kind of beaten up. He's like, "Training's real hard on you kids. Dang."
No, nothing. I'm fine.
Well, sorry, I just gotta clean up the classroom. If you guys want to, I mean, you guys can stay around here, but eventually I'll have to ask you to leave. So.
No, we were actually all just leaving just now. Let's go, guys.
Oh, okay. Well, see you kids later.
Go. He like runs. Runs out of the room.
Lily follows.
Aiden, slimes around and waves to the janitor, and the janitor watches the wet path behind him. He's like, "Oh boy."
Echo would go to run up to Lily and be like, "Hey, can I talk to you for a second later?"
Nope.
Too bad. I'm gonna talk to you later.
Lily trots ahead.
Oh my god!
Echo goes to chase her. He goes to chase after.
Cold-blooded.
Yeah, Lily is trotting on ahead. Olivia's following, and Tiffany goes, "Ooh, a fun chase! I love it."
Echo goes to run after her.
While we're walking down the hallway, though, I would also, because I did have a funny thing to say to Maya.
Oh,
So
okay.
as we're all leaving, Lily would walk alongside Maya, and just be like, "So how'd you do? Today? Feel like you did good?"
Oh, yeah, I think I did okay. And, you guys are you're kind of like trotting off, and Echo's back here trying to get to you, but everybody's just sort of talking, and he's like, I'll make my way over to her in a minute. But yeah,
He runs into Aiden.
he's like, "Oh, sorry." But yeah, Maya's
No, you're
like,
fine.
I think I did okay, yeah.
Oh man. I just okay, because I mean, you're like just above me on the leaderboards, and I think I really knocked it out of the park today. So,
Cool.
expect to see some changes.
Okay.
This is this one. You were easier to rile up on the first day.
Just, could you leave? You're annoying.
I'm gonna remark angry. Lily would just furrow her brows and stop walking for a second in surprise at such a blunt statement. Like, Jesus Christ, what a dick. She's the mean one here.
Yeah, okay.
Are you just staying there looking at her?
I mean, she would stop for a second and then keep walking. But I mean, Lily wouldn't have. She was just hoping for a good round of ribbing and teasing, and then it turned into that. She'd be like, "Oh shit."
Yeah, you can see
She's not as fun of a target as I thought from the first day.
You see that she pulls out her phone as you stop and just starts messing with it, but all the snakes are still watching you as you go on. Yeah, you continue on down the hall, I assume, and Olivia just kind of follows behind you, having watched that, and is like, "Oh, that was weird, that was awkward, well, alright," and is just kind of content to keep going with you. As you make your way down the hall, of course, Joey kind of moves out of the way, and Echo, you're like, "Okay, where'd she go?" And she's like, all down the hall, off a distance, and Tiffany says,
Oh, wait up, ladies.
she flies after you guys,
Oh,
drawing
yeah,
attention to you.
Echo would give Joey a small smile, look at the mechanic, and then he just goes to run after her.
Yeah.
And you guys exit the scene. Crazy.
As everyone kind of runs off, Joey is the one holding the door for everyone, go, go, go. And as they're running down the hall, she's gonna be like,
Actually, just one sec. I'll catch up. I forgot something.
Okay.
she's just gonna go back in the classroom to get what she dropped.
Okay. Yeah, and Alex, where do you want to go? You just want to head off and go back to your dorm, or you just kind of wait for Joey, or... Nicole? Oh. She unmuted and muted.
Oh, it's doing the. She can't hear us again.
That's okay. She fixed it before. I know she'll do it again. And then leaving it from her. Let's assume that she's sticking around and Aiden are sticking around to wait for Joey, and Maya, just kind of also heads off on her own merry way.
Well, if we're waiting for Nicole, what's the? Because you can roll to look for rumors or gossip and shit.
Yeah.
Was there something to start rumors or gossip? Am I remembering correctly?
Oh my god, you are not.
There might be.
I felt like I remember you bringing it up, but if not, it's not a huge deal. I just wanted to say, because Chloe had mentioned earlier that it was becoming obvious that Joey has a crush on Aiden. Lily would absolutely in the group chat text that to Olivia and Triffany, just be like, yo, do you guys notice? And then from there, I think it'd be funny, Triffany being talkative, brings it up with other people, and Lily unintentionally starts a rumor about that.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I mean, in character, that makes a load of sense. So yeah, you do that, and there's now a little rumor floating around about ooh, is Joey maybe
Lily loves gossip.
Are they a thing? Ooh.
Ooh.
Yeah, Joey, do you want to just head into the classroom and have this be where the paths branch off? Or do you want to have this scene, or is this your ending point for now?
This is the ending point for Joey, actually.
Okay.
I don't want to reveal what she does in the classroom, basically.
Okay. Yeah. Then Aiden and Alex are just sort of chilling out, waiting for you. We're gonna move on.
I would come out probably 10 minutes after I go in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, give me just a second. And I'm actually going to move us into another scene.
It's Nightwalker. He has a gun. He's gonna shoot another teacher.
Oh my god. Murder.
You kids stayed behind after class for too long. That's annoying.
You guys stayed behind too long. It's time for me to fix that.
How dare you have friendship?
Get a hobby. Go away.
Like
Okay.
model me.
Let's move you guys here. As Lily, you walked off with Olivia following you, and Triffany flew after you guys to catch up to you, which kind of brings attention to where you're at for Echo to run after you, and you make your way towards the front of the school. You guys are walking in a group, and Echo, you're charging after them.
Oh, this is the front of the school.
Yes, this is the front of the school. As you see at the bottom, the grass sidewalks and the lamp posts there. That's the front entrance. That's why we've got a bunch of little offices in this area.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're charging after them as they're walking away from you, Echo. What do you usually do?
Okay.
Are you trying to stay stealthy? Are you running up to them? What are you doing?
Give me 1 sec to... Oh, yes, fix stuff. Okay, cool. Discord action word. Hey, Lily, wait, and he's gonna go to run up.
Nope. Come on, girls. Nope. Don't part for him. Let's just keep going.
Echo looks at Triffany help.
And Triffany is just I think that he really wants to speak to us.
Okay, yeah, Echo, what do you have to say to us as a whole group? Everyone here witness.
It seems very important.
Yeah, can I talk to her alone, please?
Triffany kind of looks at you. And Olivia, before you even get to answer, just kind of shakes her head and she just says, Lily doesn't want to talk to you. Please leave her alone. And she seems like she's about to cry.
Oh god.
Lily opened her mouth to say something and then was just kind of surprised at that and is looking to Olivia whoa, yo.
Echo's looking at her too whoa, jeez.
Hey, Olivia, it's me, calm down. It's not that,
Okay.
Lily feels a little bad because she sounds like she's gonna cry.
Okay. And she moves over here behind you away from Echo after after lashing out.
I just need to talk to myself. Please?
Triffany just looks to you, Lily.
Fine, sure.
Okay.
Triffany just kind of looks between the two of you, unable to read the social cues of like why everyone's acting the way they are, and she's like,
Okay. Olivia, I guess we are leaving them alone. Lily, we will be right outside, okay, dear?
Yeah.
and she gives you a cute little wave and grabs Olivia's hand and skips along with Olivia, like looking back to you and just sort of being dragged along outside.
As they leave, Echo sighs. He's like, I'm not gonna, like... Yes, you insulted my house. Ouch.
Yeah. Well, I mean-
Why?
Like, pick a better place to live is kind of... Like,
Pick
they
a better
have,
place to live.
Yeah, like, we have
better...
dorms here. They give you dorms here.
Why do you think part of the reason I came here?
Then why do you still go there?
Because it has sentimental value. I've lived my life there for years.
Well, I'll refrain from commenting on that.
Oh no, please do.
What do you want? You said this wasn't about that, and now it's about that.
Oh, just because I was offended, yes, but you when like you're any kind of air quotes telekinesis
She turns
grabbed
around and
me.
starts walking away.
Oh no, you don't. He goes to like grab her shoulder.
Do not touch me.
He's still he's firmly grasping her shoulder.
For
He's just kind of giving her a narrow look.
I'm going to have the ghost shove you off me.
Yeah, you feel the cold ghostly hands from before shove you, Echo.
Kind of gets shoved back, and he kind of looks at her like with a narrow gaze, like, "It's not that, is it?"
It is that.
Mm-hmm.
What otherwise? What's making you think otherwise?
Technically, or usually, it isn't cold.
Are you the expert of all telekinesis in the world?
No, but I know it doesn't feel like that.
So, okay, but how do you know that? It's like, it's a power a lot of people have. It's probably, not the same for everyone.
Okay, then why were you dodging my window at my place?
Yeah, I don't like sand.
Uh-huh. And he's like, he doesn't have the connections to make it to what he thinks it, like, he doesn't know what it is, but he knows it's not what she says it is.
Mm-hmm.
So he's kind of doing mental gymnastics to try to figure it out, but he can't just put two and two together.
Just so eager
It's just
to learn what this is and to try to get it out of her.
As you're standing there silent for a few seconds mulling it over, she does take that as an opportunity to start trying to walk away again.
Will, could you please roll to pierce the mask?
That's mundane, ain't it?
Yes.
Oh, God.
I'm the only one good at mundane. This is my win condition.
Yeah, you get an automatic win. -1, baby. Oh.
Okay, you got an 8. So you get to ask one question from the Pierce the Mask list. Because this is a move. You're trying to use your insight to learn something.
Oh boy. Let me pull up that list, because I closed it.
And to read it out for everyone else to know, he can either ask what she's really planning, what does she want him to do, what does she intend to do, how could he get her to blank, or how could he gain influence over her, among similar questions. And this is an out-of-character thing that he, like, comes to the conclusion to, but we need to give him, like, a real answer.
Interesting.
So what is it that you're wanting here?
I guess it would be, how can he get her to tell him what it is?
That's a good question.
I mean, you'd have to... I guess
It's just
get
it's
her-
just weird how I can ask this.
Yeah.
It's just
I guess confront her with something like literally leave her no choice, like no way that telekinesis can explain it away. Like you would have to confront her with something she did that is with like inarguably not telekinesis.
Phoenix write it essentially.
Yeah.
Okay, and he kind of just sighs and narrows his eyes at her as she walks away, and he lets her go. Says, as she's leaving, he says, "Good work today."
She would not respond.
And then
And as you exit through the doors, the girls greet you, and they seem excited to see you. Are you like, oh, excited to see them, or is this kind of put you in a little bit of a bad mood?
She would try to, not let her bad mood. She would come out and be like, "Hey, girls, let's go."
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, you guys head off to hang out elsewhere, or go to the dorms, or really just do whatever you want for your after-school hangout. And Echo, you're left alone in the hallway just thinking, I'm not going to get an answer out of her unless I can, definitively prove what she's doing isn't telekinesis. And, you're trying to think over everything that she's done so far, but that's your conclusion to come to. What has she done that just couldn't be explained away like that?
he doesn't have enough.
I think you do, but that's my knowledge, and you haven't come to that conclusion yet, so that's okay.
I'm gonna have to go rewatch episodes and write it down.
But yeah, you're standing in the hallway and you're just thinking there's something weird there, and I feel like I have to get to the bottom of it for some reason. But yeah, as Lily walks off, you head on your own way as well.
He goes to walk away and he realizes And he kind of just mulls over the things and goes to head back to his dorm.
Mm-hmm. With that, of course, we're all back here, out on campus once again, as we all head our different ways. Joey takes a little bit in the classroom, comes on out and, kind of greets Aiden and Alex, which I don't know if you want to finish us off with a scene with you three, Chloe, or if you're good.
I'm okay. I would just say that Joey would come out and be like, "Oh, you guys waited up for me," and then they would probably leave. She just would be surprised that they waited.
Okay. Yeah, Aiden would be excited to see you. Of course, Alex greets you and is like, "Oh yeah, hey." So you guys go on your merry way as well. You guys notice, of course, that Maya split while you were in the classroom, heading off in her own direction. And with that, the day comes to a close. If there was anything specific anyone else wanted to do, we could do it at this point, but I assume everyone's kind of done what they needed to and wanted to at this point, and talked to everybody that they want to see. So, at this point, it is time for our end of session moves.
Yay!
Yeah! So with our end of session moves, I'm going to go around to all of you guys and ask you the general question that we ask. So first, Will, with Echo. Do you think you've grown closer to the team, grown into your image of yourself, or grown away from the team? And explain why.
Oh.
Roleplay at the end really helped affect some things also.
Yeah, he's grown away from not the whole team, because he still thinks he worked well with Joey and Alex, but with Lily, he's unsure of her, but that end bit where everyone was like, "Oh man, your house is kind of shitty," it kind of reminded him that he's a bit of a weirdo. That his way of life was kind of shitty before, and that didn't make him feel all that good.
Okay. Then you feel like you've grown away from Lily, definitely, which makes sense.
I think he's grown more into his image of himself. Because, he's accepting,
Also, I don't have influence over him to take away
Yeah.
anyway.
I was just reading to see if there's an alternative to that, if you try to take influence away but they don't already have it. So yeah, we can say that you were growing away from Lily, but kind of growing into your image of yourself. How are you growing into your image of yourself, Will?
He's more of a freak and less mundane.
Okay, yeah, go for it. That makes sense.
Unless you want to argue that another way.
No, I think that works. You shift one label up and one label down. You can also do the influence move, which... What is that? That's like you can choose to take away and to give influence to one person or something?
Yeah.
So how are you feeling with that?
I honestly think he'd give influence to... I can only give it to one person, right?
Yes.
I'm gonna give it to Alex, because they did really good today.
Okay.
He's gonna give influence to her.
Okay. Yeah, because you kind of revealed a vulnerability of yours to, like, everyone in that room, so you can kind of have your pick of the litter there.
Yeah.
So now you and Alex both have influence over each other. And I think, Joey, Alex gave you influence over her as well.
Yep. I have influence over Alex.
So yes. So now you two have influence over each other, Echo. Next in the list is Alex. It's Nicole. Do you think you grew closer to the team, grew into your image of yourself, or grew away from the team? Okay. Have you tried unplugging and replugging your headset? You can type. Okay. You need a new headset. Yeah, go ahead and type out a brief thought. And actually, while Nicole is typing that out, I'll tackle that in a second and move on to Daco with Lily. What do you think has happened with your character, with Lily? And when I say grew closer to the team, grew away from the team, that can also mean NPCs, and it does not have to mean every character you interacted with.
I've already given influence over
The
Olivia
girls.
and Triff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think if you try to give influence and you already have it given out, there's an effect if you wanted to do that, but you don't have to.
I'm still mulling over it because I am between a few ideas, or two rather.
Then we'll move on to Joey then.
All right. And what's exactly it's who I grew closer to during this session basically.
Yeah, you can grow closer to the team, grow into your image of yourself, or grow away from the team. And that can include NPCs and does not have to be everybody.
So can it be a bit of both or just one?
Well, what do you want to do?
Basically, I feel like Joey grew closer with Lily during this session.
Okay.
Lily kind of pushes Joey to be better, whether she means to or not, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And then I also feel like I embodied one of my lessons, which is the fact that I am a miracle of science. Joey really has no idea how she did what she did in the dome. And to have so many people kind of oh, how did you do that? How did that happen? And she literally has no idea.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of just reinforces that idea that she is just a miracle of science and she could really do anything, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah,
what is more important to you and more important to Joey in this instance? What is Joey leaving this day thinking about?
probably what she did.
Okay.
Just going all out.
Okay, so you grew into your image of yourself and you're a miracle of science, but miracle might be a little bit of a glamorous way to put it in your eyes.
Yeah, for sure.
So yeah, you can shift one label up and another label down.
Got it. And
what labels are you shifting?
I am shifting superior down, and I'm shifting danger up.
Okay. Makes sense. Moving back to Nicole, I'll read out what she says. I'd say that Alex feels like she got closer to the team, especially Joey, because she relates to the losing control. You guys didn't talk about it, but I can definitely feel the relation. Grew a bit into her image of herself in still struggling with her powers, but finding ways to use them that cause less collateral damage. That's very interesting. I'd say that since you didn't directly talk with Joey about that connection this time, which you can at any point that you choose to, I'd say probably growing into your image of yourself makes sense. So you can shift one label up and another label down. And which ones are you going to shift? Because there's some good options you've got here because of, the control over your powers that you're looking at. I know you're looking at it and humming and humming.
I know, right? There's just,
She's got a thought. Mundane up and superior down. Let me think. Trying to think if that feels like...
I think what she's getting at is that she feels more normal because there's someone else that shares her same issues with control in terms of mundane, so it's someone to connect to.
Yeah, alright. That makes sense. Alright, yeah. Mark the superior down and mundane up. You're all good. Okay. Arrival in the mundane at 0.
I'm at -2.
None of you can talk to people. It's crazy.
I can talk to people an average amount.
It's true. So, what do you think about what Lily's thinking about and leaving this day with?
I settled on it. I think she's also grown into the image of herself because this was the first really good day for her.
Okay.
Like, she won the track thing, but that was after, like, biffing it on the other things.
Mm-hmm.
So today was really, like, the string of successes, even if there was a punchline every single time.
Mm-hmm. You still feel like you had a net positive.
Yeah. So I think I'm gonna shift, because also, not once, I think, I really used my powers to, like, protect someone from something. I just used my powers to beat the bad guys before they could do anything.
Mm-hmm.
So I think I'm gonna shift danger up and savior down.
Okay, that makes sense. Alright, and
Which makes my savior at a -2.
And do you have another end of session move? Am I right
The doomed one, yeah.
Yeah, what is that?
Hang on. Where is it? It's somewhere on here. At the end of every session, answer the question, did you make progress on defeating your nemesis? If the answer is yes, mark potential. If the answer is no, mark your doom track.
That's a good question, because on one hand, you did pretty well training today, but on the other hand, a lot of other stuff happened that I gave you scenes for.
I think the thing in Echo's place sucked, but I don't think that directly made her feel like she's unprepared for her nemesis. I think just seeing what she saw and, like, gaining the info of seeing it at least, and, like, growing more powerful from that, and then also the training, I think I would say yes.
Okay. Yeah.
So
then
mark potential.
Mark that stuff. Did anybody max out potential today?
I did.
You
I
did?
just did.
I did.
All right, we have some fun maxed out potential. We have some advancements that you guys can do between sessions. Then.
Awesome.
But yeah, with that, we are done for the day. So hey, congratulations. Good job, everyone.
That was a crazy good sesh.
Yeah, good job on all of our first days of training. And yeah, we'll just have to keep our eyes out for 3.5, where I'm going to get Kai and James in here.
Heck yeah.
Hello, and welcome back. We're doing our funny little secret post-credits scene for this session, like we did last time. And with me for this one is Chloe. Hi, Chloe.
Hello.
So we're doing a fun little scene. We're gonna see. We're just gonna do a brief little scene and see what happened when Joey went into the classroom, because Joey was in there for a little bit. That's more opportunities for role play, and we love that. We're here
Absolutely.
for that. So let's do a little bit of role play. So let me also do this real quick. So yeah, after the situation before, where Lily and her girl squad charged down the hallway. They were like, let's get out of here. Lily's trying to kind of get away from Echo, and Aiden and Alex are sort of waiting outside for you. They're just sort of talking amongst themselves, and Maya split. You ran in here to grab something, and as you walk in, you see the janitor is vacuuming the carpet, and seemingly in all of the spots where Aiden was slithering around, he is just desperately trying to do something about the liquid being deep seeped into the carpet. And the janitor looks at you as you come in and goes, hey there, kid.
I'm so sorry. I wasn't trying to be mean.
Hey, it's no big deal. It's just kind of how things are.
Did you hear anything about today, about the dome?
No, yes, you're in need of repairs, right?
She kind of shrugs while holding the thruster in her arms, like, a little bit.
He said that kind of looking at your missing thruster, hence, why he reacted the way he did before, and he's like, oh boy, you really need to be a little more careful. But
No.
I'm sure you did great, though.
That's what they said. But I can barely remember. Whenever I was on the street, they said I blew a hole straight through. Went through the asphalt and into the dirt.
Oh.
It's like I made a big tunnel.
He kind of grabs at his heart a little bit. He's like, oh man. Oh, that's kind of whew. Well, hey.
Yeah, and my drill went through a giant robot.
Oh, okay. Well, hey.
It was like 3 times my size, and it nearly fell right on top of me.
Okay. Well, let's not talk about that anymore. Don't worry about it, sport. I'll get you patched right up, and things will be all right. Okay. You don't gotta worry about it.
Yeah, I wanted to tell you because I didn't expect to get so busted up.
Well, that's kind of what happens, but, well, I'm here to make sure you're all kept together, right?
Yeah. I'm glad you're here to keep an eye on me.
Yeah, that's... Well, you know how it is. But, I gotta clean this room. Are your friends still outside? Do you want to do the repair right now?
No, it probably should wait until after I walk Aiden at least to his dorm. But,
right, yeah.
Joey's gonna quickly move in and interrupt him as he talks, even to go for a hug.
Yeah. He kind of gives you a light hug in response, still mulling over, the stuff that you were saying about destroying the whole city street. And he's just like, oh man. Well, hey, try not to let it weigh on you too much, all right, kid? Just keep being you.
I will. I want to hit the top of the leaderboard so bad.
Oh. try not to be too hard on yourself, right? You don't gotta make it all happen at once. You'll get there. I know you will.
Yeah. I'm just hoping that all my transformations can finally make me be the person that I want to be.
Oh. He doesn't seem to know how to handle that one. He just kind of smiles at you and he says, I know you'll do great. But I'll get this room cleaned up. We'll get you patched up this evening after you walk your friend back to their dorm. And
Okay.
yeah, we can talk more then, as I'm, getting your thruster back on. Oh dear. He kind of looks at that, and he blanches a little bit. He's like, oh man.
Yeah, she's kind of still holding it like a baby, but she looks very proud at the same time.
And you hear the doors whiz and open.
Oh.
Hey, do you need any help finding, hi, Mr. Janitor. Hey there, kid.
Yep, I just was looking for some of my wires. I swore I dropped a couple loose ones in here.
Oh, you're dropping wires? That sounds awful. I mean, I think it's awful. I don't know what wires do for you.
It's no biggie. I already got them all. She kind of gives a stare to the janitor.
Yeah, I helped find him while I was cleaning up. Actually, he kind of reaches into his pocket and pulls out a few frayed wires. He's like, you did miss these.
Thanks. And she takes it.
But hey, you kids get on out of here. It's my job to clean everything up.
Right. Well, you have a good day, Mr. Janitor.
Yeah, you kids do the same. And Aiden slithers over, which he, again, is like, oh boy. And Aiden shakes his hand, getting his sleeve all wet, and he's like, thank you, Mr. Janitor, for cleaning everything up. Yep. It's not a problem at all. You kids take care, you have a good evening. You can let go now. Oh! Haha, sorry. It's alright, kid. You're all good. But, yeah, you two take care of yourselves, alright?
Will do.
Alright, thank you, Mr. Janitor. And Aiden slithers out the door.
Yeah, and as Joey goes to leave too, she kind of turns and then looks at the janitor before walking into the hallway.
He waves to you, and you exit. You walk out to Aiden, and you notice that Alex is gone, and Aiden explains, oh yeah, she decided to head off to her dorm and said she'd see you guys later.
Oh, okay.
So
let me walk you to yours.
Oh, yeah. Oh, do you want to see my dorm? I'm kind of happy with it, I think.
Yeah, sure. You could show me this bathtub that's so cool.
Yeah, it's really comfy. Here. And he starts slithering down the hallway in order to, kind of lead on for once. And
yeah.
Let me get us moved out here to the dorms. As you guys walk down the hallway and make your way to your destination. Let's see here. Just getting this all prepped up here. Okay. So yeah, you guys travel across campus, and you live in the girls' dorm, which is right next to where the boys' dorm is. So you both know where you're going. The Aiden leads you inside of the boys' dorm, heads upstairs, and leads you to the hallway where his dorm is at.
Mm-hmm.
And you make your way here. Yeah, you guys make it to the dorm building, and Aiden leads you over to this door and says, "Oh, this is my little home away from home." And he opens the door and reveals this to you.
Oh.
Slithers inside, and you can see on the ground where there are plenty of puddles that have settled into the carpet. And he says,
Oh, gosh.
This is my little place. This is the bathtub that I sleep in." And he sloshes into it and basically fills it up with his body, and you can see his face on the top, and he seems content.
Right.
You want to come in?
Oh. I can't really... What do you... Like, it's a little too wet. I can...
I'm so sorry. Kind of slithers out, and like it seems like he comes out and he's like trying to soak the water out of the rug, but he just kind of can't. He just seems like he's making the carpet more wet. And he's like, oh jeez, I'm so sorry. I didn't even think about that.
Now, I feel in this moment, to clear afraid, you have to run from something a little difficult.
Mm-hmm. This would work.
Yeah, because Joey's looking at this situation for a second. She was like, yay, I'm gonna go back to the room of the guy I like and hang out with him.
Mm-hmm.
And she's standing in this room, and she's looking at Aiden, and she's like, Aiden, she's like holding her, like all of these loose wires kind of coming from like her arm and from her thruster and everything, and she's gonna go, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have come in.
What?
I think that I made a mistake.
What? No, hey, it's okay. Is it the bathtub?
I think it, like one part of it's the bathtub.
Oh no, is it weird to sleep in a bathtub? I didn't even realize.
It's okay, Aiden, it's not your fault.
Oh.
And she is going to run away.
Okay, yeah, you run out and dart down the hallway. You disappear, and Aiden is left behind, and he just sort of like slithers to the door of his dorm, and looks down the way, and is just like, I'm sorry. And he just watches you go.
She would be crying.
Oh, crying.
She said,
oil.
she realized, she's like, how is this gonna work?
That's very unfortunate. That is an unfortunate little circumstance you just put yourself into there.
I know, but I realized it in the moment. I was like, I don't know if this is something that Joey would want to have to do all the time. It's like damage control, you know what I mean? Because she's damaged right now, and she can't constantly be on the offense, you know?
Yeah, you'd have to make yourself waterproof for that to work.
Hey man. I know. I could just... Is that something, though, that I can just do?
That's a great question. That is something that we would find out in a situation where it would apply.
All right.
So that's something that we can figure out. But yeah.
Yeah, because
Joey...
I know I can mark a condition to be, to do certain things, and like I could possibly be like, oh, I'm marking a condition, so I'm waterproof at the moment, you know. But I could also mark a condition to just be a boat, and thus am inherently waterproof, you know?
Yeah, it's a complicated thing. Joey, you're running.
That's
off.
only in the presence of danger, so that's what makes it hard. Is that when she's with him, she can't really like change herself to be better for what he needs her to be. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. And as you're running off down the hall and out of the building, and maybe not even to your dorm. You're kind of running off maybe to where you're going to get repaired.
Yeah.
But as you're running off, you've got your loose wires, you've got your plates that are loose, you're crying little bits of oil trying to figure this out. And you're thinking to yourself that you've never quite understood why you've been able to do the things that you can do. Why your body can transform and do all of these crazy things, because it's not like you're a transformer that has, a form that is humanoid and a form that is a car. You just kind of seem to be able to turn yourself into a motorbike, into a car. You created a drill today, and you don't really know how your body works, and it's changing in weird ways that is kind of hard to explain.
And it's like right now she seems to be able to make it change for whenever she needs it, but not really whenever she wants it.
And you run off just thinking to yourself, you're trying to make yourself into the you that you want to be, or the you that you think you need to be, like you spoke with the janitor about. But at the same time, you're thinking, back to Aiden, and it's just like, is that some way that I need to change myself? There's a serious issue here, and you don't really know how to handle it. But as you run off, the only thing you can think is, I just need to get repaired right now. Get repaired right now, and I can worry about this later. So you run off to the mechanic, and get yourself all fixed up, because you don't want to stay kind of broken apart for too long. So you make your way to where you need to be, get yourself patched up, which is a regular occurrence with your playbook, so you do get to remove damage since you're going explicitly to get repaired.
Awesome.
Also, you to end us off on this little scene, you want to read out your little quote there?
I do. It's all those transformations today, and I don't even know how to change to hang out in a bathtub with my best friend.
And with all of the complicated weight that goes with that, with that line of thinking, you go to get repaired, so you're at least fixed up and ready for the next day ahead of you, unable to really figure out how you're going to tackle this problem. But with that, another day at Star Heights Academy comes to a close, and we'll soon get to see the B-side of this session with 3.5, where we'll be joining Kai and James on their misadventures during the day. So that'll be
very
fun.
exciting.